Okay. Welcome to the legislative hearing on the legislation to respond to the BP oil spill and to prevent future oil well blowouts. 5,000 feet below the Gulf of Mexico in dark, frigid waters lies an ineffectual, inert steel structure 5 stories high. A few hundred miles from the spill's source, a hurricane is barreling through the Gulf, disrupting the response to the disaster. These two events are emblematic of BP and the oil industry's lack of attention to safety and inadequate response capabilities for a catastrophic spill. The Gulf of Mexico response plan for BP includes walruses, which haven't called the region home for 3 million years. Yet, if you look for the word hurricane in their response plan, you won't find it in BP's contingency plans. Over the course of the past 2 months, the Energy and Commerce Committee has conducted a vigorous investigation of the causes of the BP Deepwater Horizon disaster. We have held numerous hearings in this subcommittee and in the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee. We have worked hard to uncover the truth about the causes of the disaster, in part to ensure that the responsible parties are held fully accountable. But it is equally important, if not more so, that we use the knowledge we have gained about the BP Deepwater Horizon disaster to ensure that such a thing will never happen again. That is what today's hearing is all about. The committee's investigation has raised serious concerns about the adequacy of industry practices and regulatory standards with regard to oil and gas drilling. As the ongoing catastrophe in the Gulf of Mexico makes clear, the stakes could hardly be higher. Nor is this an isolated incident. In 1979, the Ixtoc blowout in the Gulf of Mexico and the 2009 blowout in Australia both involved shallow water wells and caused massive environmental damage. This subcommittee, because of its jurisdiction over energy exploration and production, has a responsibility to address this critical issue. That is why full committee chairman Henry Waxman, Chairman Bart Stupak, and I yesterday introduced the Blowout Preventer Act, or BP Act, of 2010. Historically, regulation of offshore drilling has required the use of best available, safest technologies, taking costs into account. But regulators have had little or no congressional guidance on what this standard requires. And current regulations plainly are not adequate. The bill now before the subcommittee responds to this gap by establishing minimum standards for well drilling technologies and practices for offshore and other high-risk wells. The legislation is built on the basic concept of defense in depth. It requires multiple lines of defense against a blowout and ensures that these defenses are redundant so that failure of one does not lead to cascading failures of the entire system as occurred with BP's Macondo well. First, the legislation sets minimum standards for blowout preventers, the last line of defense against a blowout like the one that occurred on April 20th. These standards require that blowout preventer mechanisms to seal wells in the event of an emergency are effective and redundant. The legislation also requires new standards governing well design and cementing to ensure multiple redundant barriers within the well against uncontrolled oil or gas flow that could lead to a blowout. The BP Act also includes a number of provisions to improve regulatory oversight of high-risk wells. It requires periodic updating of regulatory standards and establishes an independent technical advisory committee to help ensure that safety standards are adequate. The legislation also requires independent third-party certification of blowout preventers and well designs and establishes whistleblower protections for rig workers. And finally, it requires periodic and unannounced inspections and establishes strict civil and criminal penalties. This bill is not written in stone. It is the beginning of a process. We look forward to the input of our witnesses today and to working with our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to improve this legislation and move it forward through the legislative process. I now turn to recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, for his opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The BP spill is an environmental and economic disaster on a scale that we've never seen before. We need to ensure to the best of our ability that such a disaster cannot and does not happen again. Our domestic energy resources power our economy and keeps America working. The oil industry is under the microscope now for sure, and they should be. We need to learn from this accident, make any needed changes, and then move forward. Clearly, in light of what happened on Deepwater Horizon rig, new safety and oversight regulations are needed. But the question still remains, what actions are necessary to improve safety without blocking our much-needed domestic reserves? I look forward to working on a bipartisan piece of legislation that ensures the safety and effectiveness of offshore drilling. A joint investigation into the cause of the Deepwater Horizon blowout, explosion, and spill are currently being conducted by the Coast Guard and MMS. In addition, President Obama announced a presidential commission that will investigate the relevant facts and circumstances concerning the root causes of the Deepwater Horizon's explosion, fire, and oil spill, and develop options to guard against and mitigate the impact of any oil spills associated with offshore drilling in the future. I agree that we need to investigate, get to the bottom of what really happened, and develop standards, new standards, based on the lessons learned. However, the Coast Guard investigation is not complete, and the President's Commission has yet to meet. I'm all for improving the safety of offshore drilling, but we should wait for the investigations to be concluded before we prematurely pass legislation that may not improve safety and could possibly make matters worse. We should call a hearing when they've completed the investigation to hear what they've discovered. Legislating deepwater drilling safety must be a bipartisan basis, and we must develop sound science and actual evidence and conclusions from that ongoing investigation. In addition to my practical concerns about legislating before the Presidential Commission has even met, there are a few troubling provisions in the draft legislation that we're looking at today that I fear will serve as a de facto drilling ban for both offshore and onshore wells, oil and natural gas. Legislation that prevents us from safely developing our domestic oil and natural gas resources would be catastrophic to our economy, destroying potentially tens of thousands of jobs almost overnight, and would severely weaken our national security as we import more and more oil and gas from abroad. Specifically, the legislation defines a high-risk well so broadly that it covers nearly every offshore and onshore oil and natural gas well. Clearly, we should be using a scientific definition that relies on sound engendering principles. Not every well is high risk. Additionally, the legislation requires a standard of certification that equals a 100% standard. Nothing in our lives is up to a 100% certainty standards. Risks are everywhere, from crossing the street to getting into a car, flying on a plane, installing a windmill off the shore of Nantucket, even riding in an elevator. If we're going to require an unattainable list of certification before we allow otherwise safe drilling to occur, let's at least be honest with the American people and call the legislation what it really is, a ban on American-made energy. I do have some other concerns with the content of the draft, but I'll end here so we can hear from our witnesses. We have a lot at stake. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman.
Chairman Markey, I want to thank you for today's hearing on the Blowout Prevention Act of 2010. We're now more than 2 months into this largest environmental disaster in U.S. history. 11 workers are dead. The Macondo well continues to pour thousands of barrels of oil into the Gulf of Mexico each day. BP's cleanup effort continues to be inadequate, and an entire way of life along the Gulf Coast is being threatened. It's time for Congress to act. Investigations are ongoing and will continue to tell us more about the causes of this accident, but we know enough already to begin crafting legislative solutions. And I want to disagree with my colleague from Michigan. If we don't know enough to start fashioning legislative solutions, then I don't think we know enough to start drilling, which I hear many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle insist that we do. Why should we allow more drilling if we can't assure that the drilling is going to be done safely and there's a plan in place that could clean up any oil spill should that happen. Thanks to this subcommittee and Chairman Stupak's Subcommittee on Oversight, this disaster, as we've seen in our investigation, could have been prevented. BP made a series of risky decisions before the explosion that destroyed the Deepwater Horizon. These decisions saved time and money for BP, but increased the risks of a catastrophic blowout. When BP CEO Tony Hayward appeared before the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, we asked him to explain these decisions. He tried to dodge responsibility, telling us repeatedly he was not involved in the decisions, and he tried to shift blame to others. BP chose a risky well design on the Macondo well that provided minimal barriers to prevent dangerous gases from flowing to the wellhead. They ignored their contractor's advice about how to properly cement the well. They failed to conduct a critical cement test, and they failed to properly circulate well fluids. The legislation we're considering would set strict new requirements to ensure that these basic well control guidelines cannot be ignored at any high-risk well. BP says it relied on the well's blowout preventer as the last line of defense, but we know that blowout preventers are not foolproof, not even close. They can't shear pipe to seal the well if there's a tool joint or other obstruction preventing blind shear rams from closing. They don't have appropriate redundancy built in. Too often a single problem can cause systematic blowout preventer failure, and blowout preventers and their emergency control systems are not adequately tested once they are put in place. This proposed law would fix these problems. It requires redundant systems to shut down runaway wells. It requires third-party testing to make sure blowout preventers will work when needed, and it establishes a new aggressive oversight and testing regime with unannounced site visits by federal regulators. BP took advantage of a lack of resources and a failure in the regulatory culture at the Minerals Management Service. The agency handed over too much authority, relying on the industry to police itself. This self-policing approach can work only if everybody behaves responsibly. All it takes is one bad actor, one well that falls behind schedule, and one too many corners cut before the disaster results. The legislation before the committee sets out to change this culture of complacency. It requires the appropriate regulator to set tough standards and create a committee of independent experts to check their work and make sure they do their jobs. The independent committee must review available technologies, assess industry practices and regulations, and provide the best, most up-to-date technical and regulatory advice so that we have the best possible set of rules for drilling high-risk wells. It's too late to stop the explosion and blowout on the Deepwater Horizon, but we can continue our work to determine what happened and hold the appropriate parties accountable and make sure that this type of catastrophic blowout never happens again. This legislation is an important first step to ensuring drilling safety at high-risk wells, and I look forward to hearing our witnesses' views on the matter and to working on a bipartisan basis on this legislation. We need to make sure that we act decisively and rapidly in response to the disaster in the Gulf. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. We thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from the state of Texas, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I give my opening statement, I do want to congratulate my friends on the Democrat side for their victory last night in the congressional baseball game. In spite of the best efforts of Mr. Scalise and Mr. Shimkus and several others on this committee on our side, the D side won. It was 4-4 going into the top of the seventh, and then we had our own spill of errors and malfunctions, and our blowout preventer didn't work very well. The final score was 13-5, so my hats are off to to my friends on the Democratic side, and my heart goes out to all of the folks on my side who worked so hard for the game. I'll be happy to. We'll work on it. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I have a formal opening statement I'm going to submit for the record. I just want to summarize to say that we have had a strong offshore drilling safety record in the Gulf of Mexico. This is the first major spill. Unfortunately, it's a very catastrophic spill, both in terms of loss of life, in terms of amount of environmental damage, and also economic damage. So no one is happy about that. I think the bipartisan investigation that this committee is conducting is uncovering the facts. I would agree with what I think Chairman Waxman said just now, that this was probably a preventable accident. I would also agree that it doesn't appear that BP followed best practices in terms of industry, and I would also agree that those best practices need to be updated and improved so that if at all possible we don't let this happen again. I would point out that while it's important for Congress to act, and I think myself and all Republicans are prepared to work in a bipartisan basis on this bill, it's better to do it right than to do it fast. This draft bill is a work in progress. There are some things in it that I think are very positive. The third-party testing idea, I think, is a good idea. I do believe, though, that the citizen suit provision in the bill is problematic. I'm not sure that we want to do a citizen suit for this type of an activity. And I think, as Mr. Upton pointed out in his opening statement, we need to work on the definition of what a high-risk well is, as currently drafted. The high risk could be construed to be every well that's potentially drilled in the United States, both onshore and offshore. And having said that, we want to improve safety procedures. We want to make it possible to continue drilling both in an environmentally safe and an economically positive way in the Gulf of Mexico and the other OCS areas. So we stand ready to work in a bipartisan basis to see if the draft before us can be improved so that it can be supported. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I do want to point out that Mr. Waxman has scheduled a markup downstairs, so that some of us are going to have to be running back and forth to the other subcommittee markup. But we look forward to hearing from our witnesses and hearing the testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington State. I'm sorry. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Inslee.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate Mr. Waxman's comments that while we may not know the exact mechanism of this failure, we do know that there were multiple stop signs that BP ran through that could have resulted in this failure. So we are prepared to legislate in this regard and should do in a prompt and reasonable manner. I just want to say there are three things I hope we will consider in this draft. Number one, I hope that we will consider bringing to this industry the same level of safety and engineering expertise that we enjoy in the aviation industry. The FAA provides us a template about how to insist on using engineering to achieve statistical probabilities of success. And I believe in this draft we should add a provision that will make sure that we have an engineering system analysis of every system involved in deep shore drilling that will reach statistical probability of success. We don't have that now, and I hope that we'll consider adding that to this draft. Second, I hope we will consider beefing up the provisions on what the requirements are for using the best available technology. We simply need to use the best available technology in this industry, given the enormous risk entailed in deep water drilling. We should make that a requirement. We'll be offering amendments in that regard. The third is we've got to make sure we use remote triggering devices for these blowout preventers. Other nations do this. It's a requirement that we should have. and I look forward to working on this legislation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Pitts for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing on legislation written in response to the BP oil spill. The oil spill is a tragic event in the history of our country. Not only have lives been lost, but massive amounts of oil have been leaked into the ocean, causing horrible effects, some of which we know now and some of which will take years to discover. First and foremost, the leakage of the oil must be stopped. The environmental damage must be repaired. And in addition, it is imperative that we thoroughly understand what happened aboard Deepwater Horizon before, during, and after the explosion. We must know what caused this horrific event so that it will never happen again. It is of utmost importance that due diligence is done by those investigating the root causes of the Deepwater Horizon blowout explosion. While we acknowledge the need to focus on drilling safety and ensuring the response of blowout preventers, I'm concerned that we're considering the bill before us today before the joint investigation has been completed. While we're in the process of finding out what exactly happened, I think it would be wise for this body to use caution from trying to come up with a solution that may or may not fix safety concerns. As we move forward, I hope that the approach of this committee is prudent and measured. We need to promote drilling safety, yet at the same time, we want to do this with knowing all the facts, with a thorough knowledge of what is broken and the expertise on how to fix it. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Butterfield for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by thanking Chairman Markey for his relentless pursuit of the truth during this great tragedy. I say it is not premature for us to begin the process of legislating and addressing this terrible tragedy. From the beginning, Chairman Markey has asked tough questions, he has demanded transparency, and exercised his full authority to investigate the blowout on the Deepwater Horizon rig. His work has produced tremendous insight into BP's failure to exercise due care. The American people deserve oil and gas companies that self-regulate out of respect for the safety of their employees and the environmental sustainability of their surroundings. Unfortunately, as the facts continue to come into clear view, it appears that the financial bottom line, not the safety or the concern over environmental risk, was the primary concern. This is an enormous tragedy. All of us agree on that. But it necessitates a thorough review and, yes, an overhaul of our regulatory strategy. The draft under discussion today begins the conversation. It is not an end point. It begins that conversation. We begin knowing that federal officials lack the needed power to require the best technologies and practices, and knowing that the technology of high-risk drilling has far outpaced the rulemaking to provide the public with security and certainty. We begin by playing catch-up today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Scalise for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over 2 months after the onset of the Deepwater Horizon disaster, oil continues to pour into the Gulf and invade our coastal wetlands. If this catastrophe has taught us anything, it is that we must focus on offshore drilling safety. We must bring together engineers and scientists to develop safety improvement strategies so that a disaster like the Horizon never happens again. I think it's worth noting that the President and his administration discarded the advice and safety recommendations of their own panel of experts and engineers in the initial 30-day safety report in order to pursue a 6-month drilling ban that those same experts say will actually jeopardize the long-term safety of offshore energy exploration. Instead of focusing on safety, some in Congress are more interested in pursuing their own political agendas than addressing the issues we're battling in the Gulf. This takes our focus away from where it should be, on improving the safety of our domestic energy production. The Oil Pollution Act of 1990 states that the President shall ensure effective and immediate removal of a discharge. On numerous occasions, the President has said that from day one he has been on the ground and in charge. But if that is the case, where was the President when state and local officials waited nearly a month for approval of a plan to construct sand berms and protect our valuable marsh? And after approving only a small portion of the plan, Why did the administration's bureaucrats recently halt construction of these critical berms for nearly a week while oil continued to pour into our wetlands? If Congress really was interested in helping us, pass legislation that actually helps us. If there's anything we should all agree on, it's that our first priority and our focus needs to be on capping the well and protecting the Gulf Coast from the oil. And to be clear, this bill does absolutely nothing to stop the oil or solve the problems we're battling. Of course, we all want to improve the safety of offshore energy production, but this bill as it stands now seems like a Trojan horse to shut down domestic energy production both offshore and on. And make no mistake, shutting down domestic energy production will ship millions of American jobs overseas and will leave our country more vulnerable to oil spills from even more imported oil. We need to continue the investigations into the explosion and sinking of the Horizon to make sure that this type of tragedy doesn't happen again. But some people in this town seem determined to exploit our disaster and the tragic consequences of this event to pursue their own political agenda. And that is not only unfortunate, Mr. Chairman, it is also disgraceful and a slap in the face to the people of the Gulf Coast who are battling the effects of this disaster every single day. The oil is moving faster than the federal response. We need answers and we need leadership by the President. Unfortunately, we have neither, and Louisiana's people and ecosystem are paying the price. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dingell.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I was very impressed. I have an admirable statement which I will insert in the record in the hope that everyone will find it useful reading. I was very impressed with the comments of my colleague. He's telling us the story of a tale of two presidents. He's only telling us the tale of one president, but he's got the two mixed. We are harvesting here a situation which is created by a long series of deregulatory actions taken by the prior administration. I had not intended to make a partisan comment today because I don't think this is a partisan matter, but it appears other members seek to do so. And I think there needs to be some correction. The reason for this mess in the Gulf is the fact that for a long period of time we were drill, baby, drill. And we had that as part of our national policy. We also had deregulatory actions. And we have found out the blessing of these deregulatory actions. It brought about an economic collapse in securities and in the national economy. And now we're finding that it works also on natural resources. And we're harvesting a policy of making it easy to do the drilling and other things without seeing to it that they're properly scrutinized or taken care of. This administration had little, if anything, to do with it. And they're proceeding as fast as they can because political pressures will tolerate no less. But the harsh fact of the matter is that we ought not be making a partisan fight out of this matter and rather seek to figure out how it is we're going to address the problem. I take offense at the comments just made. And I think it's time that we understand that we have to address this as a problem and not to run around and make a lot of pointless partisan criticisms of the current administration. The BP cut corners. The record will show. The climate was set where that could be done by the prior administration. And we're seeing a situation where not only could that occur, but that important statutes like NEPA, of which I just happen to be the author, were in good part disregarded. NEPA says whenever an action which has major impact upon the environment is taken, that there must be an environmental impact statement filed. The practice of the prior administration was to waive NEPA whenever it can. NEPA does happen to be onerous, but the reason it's onerous is it requires that you take care to avoid things that are going to be hurtful and bad with regard to the environment. So you've got to go out and identify them, And you have to go out and find out how you can best address them or minimize the hostile and adverse impact. So they went ahead and hurried a process where it became no longer a practice to apply that to all components of a government action like leasing. They had a big environmental impact statement, but they never went into the specifics of the particular drilling. And now we're finding that this has a major impact on the human environment, just that one hole that they're drilling. Now, having said these things, again, I repeat that what we should be doing is addressing the problem before us, not making a lot of partisan statements. BP is supposed to do the cleanup, and the government is scurrying around to see to it that it be done. The Minerals Service at the Interior Department did a poor job. Quite frankly, it had become almost as corrupt as Sodom and Gomorrah, and it had to be cleaned out. The president did appoint a new head, but regrettably, the new head had to be disposed of because she did not do the job needed doing. Now our attention is gotten, and we intend to do something about those matters. But again, it is time to address what went wrong and understand that major problems exist, like the fact that BP doesn't have the capability to do what it is they should do, and they cut corners and save money instead of looking to the public well-being. I think we should now concentrate on cleaning up the mess and to seeing to it that it doesn't occur again, and not to engage in a massive partisan finger-pointing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair recognizes Mr. Griffin for 2 minutes.
For calling this important hearing today. My nephew leaves from a little small city in Louisiana and flies 90 miles by helicopter onto a big rig every month to work, and I grew up fishing the Gulf and traveling the oil canals of South Louisiana. I might say that one of the provisions of the bill to have unannounced site visits is going to be very difficult, as most helicopters are noisy, and we'll have to land on the rigs with the crew and an announced flight plan. So this bill certainly needs a lot of revision and a lot of thoughtfulness that it does not have as yet. I do not understand why we are here to discuss legislation to respond to a spill that is still in the progress of being investigated. The April 20th explosion left us all wanting answers, especially the families of the 11 who died in the accident. But just because we want answers and want to prevent this from happening does not mean that we should rush to pass sweeping policies. I might point out that BP is mentioned over and over again, and yet we've aimed a regulatory shotgun at the entire industry, even those with great safety records. This is a punishment for those who have been doing their work well. It is the duty of Congress to find out exactly what happened so that we can most effectively craft policy to prevent future incidents like this and protect the people that we are sent to Washington to represent. Our number one priority must be stopping the flow of oil. Bringing the well under control and being able to finish the investigation is the most important step toward being able to ensure safety when producing our valuable resources. This is a time for engineering and action, not for knee-jerk policy capitalizing on this crisis. I appreciate you coming today to testify. I look forward to your testimony, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes Ms. McNerney for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this important hearing. I spent some of my career in the energy industry, and when a device is supposed to be a fail-safe device, it's supposed to fail safely. What happened in the Deepwater Horizon was a tragedy, but an avoidable tragedy. While I agree the investigation may be ongoing, it's clear that the blowout preventer did not prevent a blowout. We need to put the provisions in place as soon as possible to make absolutely sure that installation standards, testing procedures, and device requirements are met and followed, which will truly prevent this kind of failure in the future. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing on the Blowout Prevention Act of 2010. It's been 10 weeks since the Deepwater Horizon rig exploded and soon after sank into the Gulf of Mexico. While the main priority is clearly to stop the leak and focus on the cleanup, we can, I believe, simultaneously look for effective ways to prevent this type of catastrophe from happening and, frankly, to determine how this problem could have been prevented as it appears to have been preventable. We need to learn the right lessons from the disaster to ensure that we respond appropriately. Weeks ago, Mr. Chairman, I introduced legislation that would better prepare us in the future, doesn't turn over production of the Gulf to only the big oil companies, and still holds private companies responsible for the cleanup cost and responsible for the economic damages. The bill before us today is not without concern. Many of those have been mentioned already. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to address what seems to be an overly broad definition of a high-risk well and the citizen suits provision. Within the context of our national energy policy, we have the opportunity to examine and implement plans that strengthen our ability to produce domestic oil and gas in an environmentally safe manner, continuing in our pursuit of energy independence from foreign oil. We should be looking at what steps energy explorers and producers should be taking to ensure that American energy can be safely found and efficiently used in the future. I'm hopeful that this subcommittee can find ways to protect the environment and safely produce American energy, considering both the environmental and economic challenges we face along the Gulf today. To that end, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you, the ranking member, and the chairman and members of the full committee as we try to move forward and find these solutions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. We thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Capps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this morning's hearing. As the chairman said previously, the errors that led to the BP oil spill were identifiable and preventable. BP centered the well pipe for cementing with 6 braces, rather than the 21 braces recommended by its own cement contractor. BP used a method of constructing the well that has been criticized for being substandard, and when BP activated its blowout preventer, it failed to properly deploy. These and other facts point to a systemic breakdown by BP in the safety and management of its offshore drilling activities. But it's not just BP, Mr. Chairman. Time and time again, the entire industry has assured us that oil and gas drilling are safe. They said the technology had become so advanced that a blowout was highly unlikely, if not impossible, and they would be prepared in case it happened. Cozy relationships between the industry and its federal regulators were undoubtedly a part of the problem as well. So it's clear the system regulating offshore drilling is broken, and if we don't do something about it, it could lead to additional failures. And that's why I support the bill before us this morning. It makes technological fixes to prevent another catastrophic oil spill. It raises safety requirements for BOPs and other safety equipment and practices during offshore drilling. In order to ensure the accountability of these regulations, the bill establishes an independent technical advisory committee, a very valuable resource which will be useful. Finally, the bill includes language that I authored to increase the civil and criminal penalties to those who violate the law. This is a good bill that will set us on a new and constructive path. But I think it's worth pointing out that, at the end of the day, no matter what changes we make, offshore drilling will remain a risky business. Accidents do happen, and the environmental and economic consequences of these accidents they're massive. And the deeper we drill in more complex ways, the more massive consequences result. The country deserves a better policy, a comprehensive policy to prevent oil spill disasters from happening again. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing and for advancing a bill to reduce the risks from offshore drilling. I yield back.
We thank the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Bono-Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stearns.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Mr. Upton for having this hearing, the Blowout Prevention Act. I think, like many members, I applaud many of the provisions that are contained in this legislation, such as requiring a more thorough response plan, increasing the civil and criminal penalties for those individuals who knowingly violate the law, implementing more stringent safety standards, and requiring the applicant to certify that they can drill a relief well in a timely manner. But I'm also concerned that some provisions of this legislation are too broad or even unattainable and may have been designed to simply prevent oil and gas development in the United States. For example, because it would be nearly impossible for a drill operator to determine whether a potential blowout would lead to substantial harm, the high-risk well designation would not only encompass all offshore oil and gas rigs, but could potentially encompass all onshore oil and gas rigs as well. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, we should wait to see what the results of their investigation before we pass legislation. And as we've seen before in the Cap and Trade Bill and the Chemical Security Bill, this legislation contains a citizen suit provision that would allow anyone to commence a civil action if they believe a company is in violation of this act. And because attorney fees are enumerated as potential remedy, it would incentivize trial attorneys to pursue litigation against anyone regulated under this legislation. I welcome the witnesses. I look forward to their testimony, and I hope in the future that we'll have regular order on this bill so we can work together to address some of the concerns that I've expressed and ensure that limited federal resources are used effectively to address the increased safety concerns with those wells that are truly at high risk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing on the Blowout Prevention Act of 2010. I appreciate both our panels for being here today and discuss our committee's proposed legislative response to the Deepwater Horizon disaster, and I look forward to your testimony. The legislation we have here to discuss is important, and I appreciate the Chairman's effort to ensure our natural resources are safely produced and that the workers tied to this production are safe at all times, and we eliminate potential environmental risk. However, I have some concerns about how this will be accomplished in the bill and how reasonable some of the requirements and procedures established in this bill would be. It's important that we keep in mind that when our own subcommittee on oversight and investigations revealed numerous existing key safety precautions were neglected by BP prior to the Deepwater Horizon disaster and didn't even meet the standards of the American Petroleum Institute, the API. So again, I support the safety regulations being put in place where they're warranted and certainly enforcement ones on the books. There are numerous provisions that may be impossible to implement unless your goal is to eliminate drilling in our country. And that's my concern. One example in the bill on page 31, on right at the top, it's, and I'll quote, an appropriate federal official. The term appropriate federal official means the Secretary of Energy, Secretary of Interior, or Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency is designated as specific responsibilities provided in this act by the President of the United States. You need to have one agency. You don't have to have a revolving agency depending on who's the president. And I'd suggest we change that to the Department of Interior in consultation with the EPA and the Department of Energy, because the Department of Interior is reforming what they need to do. Although I guess since we have three agencies, we could even say the president can name a future draft choice. There are concerns I have. We need a balanced approach to this issue that ensures the safety of our workers and our environment while ensuring that our domestic producers, including the hundreds of small businesses tied to productions, remain viable. And again, Mr. Chairman, I hope to work with you before we go to markup and even before the full committee so we can actually get a bill that allows for production safely and responsibly of our natural resources, that if we don't produce them in the Gulf of Mexico, we're going to easily have to import them from other parts of the world. Now, yield back my time.
Great. The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I never thought I'd see the day when you don't want a good crisis to go to waste become a governing philosophy, but it certainly seems to have now. I do question why the need for the haste with the hearing and the markup tomorrow when we haven't got all the facts in front of us. I'm particularly disturbed that yesterday our Committee of Oversight and Investigations was to have Secretary Salazar testify, but for whatever reason that testimony was pulled and the hearing postponed. You have to ask yourself, why is Secretary Salazar being kept out of the Committee of Oversight and Investigations? It sort of seems like a crude attempt at a witness protection program. Mr. Hayes, I look forward to hearing from you today. We didn't get your testimony until late last night. I was grateful to receive it. Some of the words literally leapt off the page, the third paragraph. Overall, given the level of detail contained in this draft, the administration will require additional time and analysis to fully address and assess the policy and the legal implications of its provisions before we can provide the subcommittee with a detailed position on this bill. I think that's well stated, and I only wish the committee had the foresight to comply with your request. You know, we heard from two women down in Chalmette, Louisiana, on a field hearing about this very issue. They were very concerned that what this committee might do would further cripple the economy of their communities. They said over and over again in ways that were extremely clear that they don't need to be crippled with new regulations, but someone needs to enforce the existing regulations. So why isn't the Department of Interior and whatever we're calling MMS today, why are they not enforcing the regulations as they should be or they should have been? Where were they? So far, the answers received can only suggest one answer. They were asleep at the switch. Today, we're going to look at this legislation. We're going to open the door for additional suits. As Mr. Green says, we're going to really, our only purpose is to regulate an industry that this Congress has been anxious to regulate for a long time. I only hope the damage that we do in the next several days is minimum. I will yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman very much. And just for the record, we invited Secretary Norton and Secretary Kempthorne of the Department of Interior, plus Secretary Salazar to testify. Secretary Norton and Secretary Kempthorne could not be here this week, and so it is our intention to have all three of them testify before the committee, but we did not, in fact, have that hearing because those two secretaries could.
Will the gentleman yield on that point for just one moment? Secretary Salazar has been testifying in front of other committees without a buffer from the previous administration with no difficulty. I see no reason why he can't testify in front of our Committee on Oversight and Investigations.
It was our judgment that a historical perspective is necessary in order to understand the totality of this issue. And again, our intention is to have that hearing, and we will do so, hopefully as soon as we come back from the 4th of July break. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The goals of this draft legislation, the Blowout Prevention Act, are commendable, and I agree that all evidence points to the need for additional action to prevent future oil well blowouts that have led to the catastrophe we're seeing in the Gulf. However, I do have some concerns that the Blowout Prevention Act is moving very quickly through the legislative process without ample time to thoroughly understand the effect the requirements might have on future drilling operations both onshore and offshore. There are a number of questions that have been raised about this bill, which I hope can be addressed or we can begin to address them during this hearing. Among the concerns or questions I have would be what constitutes a high-risk well and how many oil and gas exploration or production wells would be categorized as high risk? How will the requirements in this bill affect the permitting and leasing process for onshore activities on federal lands? How would the new federal requirements affect current state regulation of well construction? What federal agencies would be responsible for writing these rules? As you know, drilling a well in deep water is different from drilling one in shallow water, which is different from drilling in the Marcellus Shale Formation in Pennsylvania, which is different from a well in the Uinta Basin in Utah. How will this legislation provide flexibility for well construction design and safety requirements based on these distinctions and avoid an inflexible one-size-fits-all requirement? Again, those are a few questions I'd like to see if we could have answered, but I do want to express my appreciation that we have the chance to review this legislation. I do think we need to take appropriate steps, and I look forward to continuing to work with the committee to make sure we get this right. I'll yield back.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and certainly we look forward to the testimony today. I think one of the themes that continues to occur in the federal government is that frequently we overreact, and particularly when we're dealing with complex issues as this is. And I agree with Mr. Mathis' comment about what is a high-risk well. We need to know that. And when you start delegating to giving the federal officials the authority to delegate their responsibility to the state, to approve the commencement of drilling. That appears to me an effort made to simply start making it extremely difficult to drill for oil within our territorial waters. And someone else raised the question, is our goal here to stop all offshore drilling? So I really think it's premature to move a bill this complex so quickly. We need expert testimony. We need to really delve into the impact of this kind of legislation. And then we certainly want these wells to be drilled safely, with precaution, maximizing the opportunity that there will not be a blowout. But I also noticed in here we have a $10 million criminal fine. We have 10 years in prison criminal penalties. So we don't need to be putting an unnecessary damper on the exploration for oil to help make our country less dependent upon foreign oil. We need to be doing things to maximize safety, but also encourage development. So I think we need to move with great caution on this legislation, and I look forward to the testimony and the questions that are asked.
We thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee is doing what it does best, regulating dangerous activity to protect the public. We have a recent history with toy safety, drug safety, auto safety, and now we're going to try to improve deep water drilling safety. I think that the draft bill is very good. Improvements, I'm sure, can be made. We're not rushing it out of here in 10 minutes. We have a discussion draft, and tomorrow we'll have a serious markup, but we will have additional witnesses, and the legislative process is the regular order, and the bill, I am sure, once it passes or when it passes, will be better. I personally would prefer no deep water drilling because I think it's inherently unsafe, but I recognize that there are regional differences among us. They're not partisan differences, they're regional differences, and I also feel a bit sheepish that I hail from the land of one person, one car. Let me just mention that at the markup tomorrow, I will offer an amendment, or hopefully it may be included in the manager's amendment if we have one, to study whether drilling a relief well or relief wells simultaneously with drilling the main well makes sense. One of my constituents suggested this idea, and it seems to me to make sense, and I'd like us to probe whether, as a matter of legislative policy, it makes sense. So I appreciate what you're doing, what we're doing, think it's consistent with the glorious history of this committee, and yield back the balance of my time.
We thank the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Chairman, I will not use my time except to say that I've dealt with desperate situations like this before for all the years that I've been in politics, and I find that members of each party want to support their party's push or their party's thrust. Sometimes the penalty for not doing it is losing their committee or whatever. But I think, and the way we used to handle things like this in the Texas Senate, when anything this outrageous comes up that they're going to give civil penalty of $10,000, civil penalty is okay, but 10 years in jail, we'd send up an amendment, and I may do just that. Amendment to add on the death penalty there for the second time they do it, or add on for every person who is an employee of that company gets 10 years, or the prisoners there. That's how outrageous it can be. I yield back my time.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Melanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dingell, thank you for your comments. Gentlelady Bono Mac, at the opening hearing, thank you for your comments about keeping this thing from being bipartisan. Let's work together. I have problems with the bill. We need to work through it, but as always, I appreciate the work of my colleagues on this committee as well as the rest of the body. I want to thank the Judiciary Committee for the fine work that they've done on the Spill Act, which will come to the floor today, and I hope that you will all join me in supporting this great legislation that will give the 11 victims' families the right to recover some measure of compensation for the loss they have suffered. Today is the 72nd day of oil leaking into the Gulf of Mexico, and there's no defense or excuse for BP's inability to cap the oil well and stop this man-made disaster. But the panic you see from my constituents is because the damage doesn't stop when the well stops. The environmental impact of this leak will decimate our wetlands, leaving us even more vulnerable to summer storms and hurricanes which threaten to arrive any week. And we may never see our fisheries recover. As you have heard me say many times before, our livelihood and our way of life are slipping away from each of us each day. This will continue to pollute our waters. I believe this is a time that demands action. I want to see BP throwing everything they've got at the problem. There will be times for PR and commercials later. I want to see the rest of the industry continuing to give unfettered support and resources to this disaster. After this leak is contained, this country will continue to demand affordable energy, and we intend in Louisiana to work hard and provide it for them. But we as a state and as a nation can never let this happen again. As has been mentioned in this committee before, it seems that the speed of exploration and innovation, great strengths in our country, left behind comparable research and development in the field of response and recovery. We are drilling with 21st century technology, but still using 20th century methods to contain and clean up the spill. Because our state and our people have committed to give so much to power the rest of this country, I think it is fair to ask that every company and every agency involved in offshore energy production cooperate and determine a safer path forward. I hope this hearing today plays a part in that discussion. We need to find a middle ground between drill, baby, drill, and a moratorium to keep the economy going in our area. And it's a difficult task for me to stand in oil up to my ankle asking for more oil, but it's important to our lives and our livelihoods. I yield back my time.
We thank the gentleman, and we thank the gentleman for his incredible work in Louisiana and the Gulf and the Congress on behalf of his people. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Barrow.
I thank the Chair. I'll waive it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's often said that Congress does two things. One, does nothing, and two, it overreacts. This is a time when I hope we get it right. This committee has provided some real leadership. The chairman took a bipartisan delegation to the Gulf shortly after this catastrophe occurred. And as the information has unfolded, in significant part because of the diligence of this committee, including the spill cam that made visible to all Americans what was spewing from the floor of the Gulf, it has allowed us to get more and more information about what happened. And in fact, when you get that information, it's clear that the BP cut every corner possible when it came to a choice between safety and saving money. And it's also clear that the government agency, the Mining and Mineral Services, did not do its job. And the whole point of the inquiry and the investigation was to find out what happened and what we can do to prevent this, both with better regulation that works on behalf of the environment and the people, and also safety standards that BP cut short. So this is timely, and I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for Congress to get this right.
Okay, we thank the gentleman very much. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel. Is the gentleman's microphone on?
Sorry. Okay.
Great,
thank you. In the wake of the tragedy, serious questions have been raised about the causes of the explosion and the adequacy of industry practices and regulatory standards relating to oil and gas drilling. We must take action to improve industry practices and strengthen regulatory standards to try to ensure that this never happens again. Before us today is the Blowout Prevention Act of 2010. The legislation establishes a number of standards and procedures to help ensure that the use of appropriate safety equipment and practices during high-risk oil and gas drilling activities. It's good legislation. I think it can be improved. In particular, I'd like to discuss with witnesses the addition of acoustic backup control systems and other emergency backup control systems. What really frustrates all of us is that we had been told time and time again that things of this magnitude really could never happen, and that if it did happen, there would be all kinds of safeguards in place. And we see now that that was really not the case. So I have a hard time believing oil executives when they give us reassurances that this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing and it can't happen again. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for pushing this bill. I thank you for the hearings we've had. I think the American people want to get to the bottom of this, are very, very upset with this. And obviously this is a catastrophe of monumental proportions for our lifetime and generations to come. I yield back.
We thank the gentleman very much. All time for opening statements from the members has expired. We now turn to our witness, David Hayes. He is the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Interior. Deputy Secretary Hayes has played a leading role in organizing the administration's response to the BP oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico and is an expert on energy and natural resources policy. This is his second tour of duty at Interior. He also served as Deputy Secretary during the Clinton administration. Welcome back to the committee. Mr. Hayes, whenever you're ready, please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Upton, and members of the subcommittee. Let me apologize for being a few minutes late. We had a fender bender on the way, but no serious injuries to be sure. I'm accompanied here by Steve Black, Counselor to the Secretary. Steve was a primary author of the 30-day report that I'll talk about a little bit that we provided to the President on May 27th, and that mirrors a lot of the points made in your proposed legislation. Let me just also say, Mr. Chairman, at the outset that we appreciate your leadership in this matter. We also appreciate the leadership of Chairman Waxman and the full committee. We want to continue to work with all committee members as we deal with this horrific problem, and it's in that spirit that we're here today. We endorse the aim behind the Blowout Prevention Act of 2010. In fact, many of its provisions are right in line with recommendations that we are now implementing administratively under the authority, the ample authority of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. And I will go through that briefly in a moment. I'd like to just take a couple of minutes, if I can, to give a little bit of context here in terms of how we are approaching these issues, and then return to your legislation and look forward to questions and answers with the committee. Just to step back and provide a little bit of context, Secretary Salazar recognized when he came in the door on January 20th with me and a small group that there were serious issues with the Minerals Management Service. At that time, the issues were associated with the revenue side of the organization and the scandal in Lakewood, Colorado. The Secretary took immediate action on the ethics side and on the prosecution side, and then in the succeeding months also looked at the regulatory underpinnings of the problem of revenue collection, and in fact proposed to, and we are now implementing, the abolishment of the royalty in kind program, because structurally it provided the impetus and the opportunity, if you will, for inappropriate relations between regulators and the regulated industry. We also, and the Secretary also, looked very hard at the Outer Continental Shelf and issues writ large. As the Secretary looked at a proposed new 5-year plan for the Outer Continental Shelf, we had 4 public hearings, 500,000 comments on all issues dealing with the Outer Continental Shelf. It led to a conservative approach that the Secretary and the President implemented in canceling lease sales in the Arctic because of concerns about spill response capability, and in taking some areas completely off the possibility of Outer Continental Shelf drilling, including Bristol Bay in Alaska, because of environmental concerns. As to Deepwater, the National Academy of Sciences was commissioned in the late fall to review the inspection program of the Minerals Management Service because we were concerned about the adequacy of that program. We also, in the two budgets we had prior to the accident, asked for substantial budget increases for the Minerals Management Service, and in particular the inspection capacity of the Minerals Management Service. After the accident, of course, we have redoubled, tripled, and quadrupled our efforts to deal with the obvious problems that led to the accident, even as we continue to explore the root cause of it. In particular, the President asked the Secretary to deliver within 30 days a report that would suggest safety improvements that could be taken and should be taken immediately and also in the medium and long term to deal with, to increase the safety of offshore drilling. That report was submitted on May 27th rather. It's a comprehensive report, and it's clear that your committee staff and you have reviewed it carefully because many of the concepts appear in the draft bill that you are reviewing today. Also, as you know, the Secretary and the President within the last 10 days announced a new head of the Minerals Management Service, Mike Bromwich, and the Minerals Management Service reorganization is proceeding. It's now the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Regulatory, and Enforcement, and it's being divided into three parts that separate out the regulatory and enforcement and also the revenue sections. With regard to the bill before you, we look forward to working with you and members of the committee on the bill. The 30-day report that we put out and that Mr. Black in particular led has many of the same concepts. Certification of equipment, third-party review of equipment, new inspection and reporting requirements, new casing and cement design requirements, new fluid displacement procedures. These already are being implemented. We had a notice to lessees on June 8th that laid out immediate requirements. We are also doing emergency rulemakings. We have a 6-month process of rulemakings that will generate new rules under our current authority for secondary control system requirements, ROV interventions, new emergency backup control system inspection and implementation requirements, including blind shear rams, new testing requirements, new cementing, well control requirements. We are working very, very hard along these lines. We see many of the same themes in your legislation. We are proceeding under current authority and believe that we can and will implement many of the aims of your legislation. But we look forward to working with you as you proceed to markup and through consideration of the bill. We would be delighted to sit down with your staffs and review in detail where we are in our regulatory processes and help identify and have a dialogue with you with regard to any gaps you see or any complementary actions that you think would be useful to pursue. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll close and look forward to answering any questions from the subcommittee.
Yep, we thank you very much, Mr. Hayes. The Chair will recognize himself for a round of questions. Would you like Mr. Black to be able to make any comments, or is he there just to answer questions?
He's here to bail me out, Mr. Chairman, if necessary. Thank you.
Okay. We don't use bailouts anymore in this Congress. So.
Yeah, we'll call it a fair point. Yeah. Who wants to be a millionaire? It's a lifeline. You make one call. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Hayes, in the past 2 months, we've learned just how unprepared the oil and gas industry is to deal with blowouts, especially those that occur deep beneath the surface of the ocean. We've learned that top hats, junk shots, and riser cuts can't stop the oil from flowing. We've learned that skimmers, boom, and fire can't stop the oil from washing ashore. We've learned that dispersants are themselves toxic. We've learned that hurricanes can completely disrupt even the overwhelming response efforts currently underway. We've learned that even the relief wells are not certain to work. In fact, when we had the 5 largest oil company CEOs in front of the committee a couple of weeks ago, they all agreed that when faced with a blowout like this, they really had no good solutions. Clearly, relying on the industry's ability to respond to a spill like this in the future would be an enormous mistake. Don't you agree that what we need to do is to take all necessary steps to prevent a blowout from occurring in the first place?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
So what that means is basically the blowout preventers must be able to prevent blowouts. The wells must be able to be sealed so that oil and gas can't just gush into the ocean. The well design and operation must have the best and safest technology. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Mr. Hayes, do you agree that the department should be required to periodically update its regulations to ensure that safety requirements keep pace with any expansion of drilling and related risks?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
How do you propose that we would do that, Mr. Hayes?
Well, I think it's the kind of examination that we're proceeding with right now, where we take a comprehensive look at the status of the regulations and update them. One of the truths that we've seen from this incident is that the technology has advanced more quickly than the regulatory system, and the regulatory system has to keep up, certainly, if not lead the technology. So I'm not sure exactly what the appropriate time frame is, but there certainly has to be vigorous, periodic updating of regulatory requirements.
Mr. Hayes, your testimony raises the question whether the Interior Department already has the legal authority to impose some of the requirements in the legislation now before us. It's true that current law requires the use of best available and safety technology that is economically feasible and cost justified. That is a very broad, open-ended standard that leaves the department with a lot of discretion. But from the congressional perspective, the critical questions are what the Interior Department has done with its broad discretionary authority and what the department may do with it in the future. Perhaps not under this administration, perhaps under an administration that looks more like the previous administration, which took an attitude of complacency towards safety. Mr. Hayes, isn't it true that notwithstanding the department's current legal authority, its safety regulations for offshore drilling prior to the Macondo well blowout were clearly inadequate?
I would say, Mr. Chairman, that the combination of the regulatory framework and the enforcement structure was inadequate. In terms of the regulatory approach, there are broad. The current regulations are actually quite comprehensive, both in terms of having performance standards, which are the approach that many other countries are taking, such as Norway, UK, etc., that have had major accidents, and a blending of prescriptive standards. What has been lacking, I think, is strong enforcement of those, but also clearly the kind of periodic review that you were referring to in your previous question and updating of the regulations, and that's underway.
So that authority was not used?
The authority certainly was not used to the extent that the law allows.
So isn't it true, Mr. Hayes, that if Congress does not establish adequate minimum standards for safety, there is a real risk that a future administration will again slide into complacency because there would be no minimum standard?
Well, I think some minimum standards certainly make sense, Mr. Chairman, and we are in the process of implementing the same through our regulatory process.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. My time has expired. The chair recognizes the ranking member, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton.
Mr. Chairman, what's the situation with votes on the floor?
The second bells have rung.
The second bells have already rung?
Yeah.
Well, I would leave it to the discretion of the gentleman. If he would like to begin and end his questions in 5 minutes, I think we can do that. Or we can adjourn right now and come back. Okay, if that is the gentleman's wish, the committee will stand in recess until the completion of the roll calls.
That was a mistake. I had a margarita. Fine. When I sit down in front of those, literally, it's like I'm a vacuum. expecting votes every hour. I'm not going to roll. I can't. Same day roll, a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got that. But you can say that in his quote.
The Subcommittee on Energy and Environment reconvenes, and the chair will recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Hayes, I was not able to read your testimony before I left last night, and even though I started early this morning, 6:30, I didn't see it, so I heard your oral testimony. So, you did say in the written testimony, but not in your oral testimony, that the administration was not prepared to give their support for the bill. Is that right? So that's as it would be cleared by OMB.
That's correct, Congressman. That we do not have clearance from OMB to have an administration position on this bill at this time.
Okay. Now there are a good number of things, and there are a number of things in the bill that I support. I support the blowout preventer and the requirements that include the independent third party. That and you all have the ability to require that now by regulation, right?
That's correct.
And what are the current regulations as it relates to the blowout preventer? Are there any regulations along this line?
There are some. There is a general regulation and then some specifics in terms of types of, for example, systems that need to be in place in BOPs. For example, but it's more of a menu as opposed to much of a prescription. For example, there need to be under the regulations some redundancies, two types of redundancies, but there's not a prescription that it has to be a certain type of blowout prevention mechanism. Like, for example, acoustic devices can be used but aren't prescribed to be used, and what we're doing right now, Congressman, is essentially filling in what we think are gaps in those regulations under the 30-day report that we're now implementing.
It talks about, and of course we've had a number of hearings here, not only oversight, but as well as this subcommittee, and I read the detailed report by the oversight subcommittee, which I thought was very good. One of the things that came out in our hearing a week or two ago was that when we had the 5 CEOs come, that 4 of them indicated that they had the stop work requirements on their rigs, pointing out probably that BP did not take advantage of that. Is the Department of Interior looking at, in the absence of this bill, where are we on stop work provisions?
We are very interested in that point. I mean, we think it's an essential ingredient of any regulatory system that there be and understanding that if there is a risky situation that develops, that there is an obligation to take a conservative route and shut down. We're looking at that from a couple of different perspectives. We are finalizing some safety system regulations that have a similar type of effect. But quite honestly, we're going to look at what you all have put here in this bill and see whether we have a strong enough regulation underway to deal with it, because we certainly agree with the point. So we'll examine that further.
I have two questions I want to get to before my time expires. Have you all done what we call a side-by-side of what the rules and regulations are for offshore drilling in this country as compared to what UK and other countries overseas have done? The pluses and minuses?
We started that process in connection with a 30-day report, and have a discussion in the 30-day report that provides essentially a fairly high-level analysis of that.
Could we get a copy of that? Or is
certainly
that available?
Certainly, we'll be happy to give it to you. We want to do more of that. We want to have world-class standards here, and we want to lead the world. But Norway and the UK in particular both had some very serious accidents, and as a result of that, revamped their regulatory systems. And in fact, our separation of the regulatory side from the enforcement side is something that both countries have done and did after their accidents. So we want to learn from them. We're in that process, and we need to continue it.
Last question I have. The staff we've looked at the language that makes the definition of the high-risk well. Their thoughts are that it would, in fact, the definition would capture all offshore oil and gas rigs and could potentially capture all onshore oil and gas rigs as well. Is that your understanding of the definition?
We'd want to study the definition more. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we need more time to study. There certainly is a differentiation among risks in terms of well, with pressures and temperatures and that sort of thing. But we don't have a view on the definition in your bill at this point.
And how long might you take to come up with a conclusion on that?
We'd be happy to follow up informally at the staff level in terms of getting and are available to do that at any time.
Okay.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the chairman of the full committee, gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On April 30th, the President directed the Secretary of Interior to conduct a review of the Deepwater Horizon disaster and provide recommendations on additional precautions and technologies that should be required to improve the safety of offshore oil and gas operations. This 30-day report was delivered to the President on May 27th. We're working to craft legislation with the same goal of improving safety, and the 30-day report has helped inform our efforts, as you know. The report has several recommendations related to ensuring the effectiveness of the blowout preventer. These devices are supposed to be a fail-safe way of preventing blowouts from occurring. Mr. Hayes, one of the recommendations in the report was that blowout preventers should be required to have 2 sets of blind shear rams spaced at least 4 feet apart. Why is that important?
That's important, Congressman, because the blind shear rams, which are designed to cut through a pipe, through the drill pipe in an emergency where you have to just get complete closure, they have the potential to hit the joint between the casing strings. And if they hit the joint, they won't be able to shear through. If you have them separated by 4 feet, you're sure to get an area of the pipe that is outside the joint interval.
We agreed with that provision, and we thought we needed to make sure at least one set of blind shear rams could cut through and seal the pipe, so we included that as a minimum requirement in our bill. The 30-day report also includes recommendations that embrace the concept of third-party certification of blowout preventers. Why does the department think this is a good approach?
Well, it is. It's an approach, Congressman, that actually has been taken in other jurisdictions. Norway, UK, for example, take that approach. We think it helps ensure that the industry is not simply self-regulating and or dependent upon government inspectors, that there's an additional enforcement mechanism, and interestingly, we are already imposing some of that under the notice to lessees that we sent out, the safety notice to lessees that we sent out earlier this month, and there's a lot of activity, and it seems to the industry folks recognize the significance of it, or so they've told us. So we think it's an important step.
We agreed with all the things you said, and we also thought that that it'll help ensure blowout preventers are properly designed for the well, and that it's properly maintained. So we have that requirement that they be certified by an independent third party before drilling begins, and every 6 months after that. Another key issue is well design and cementing procedures. The 30-day report emphasizes the need for new rules for casing installation and cementing. What do you see as the weaknesses of the current regulation regarding well design and cementing?
Well, on the cementing side, I'm not yet a petroleum engineer, but there are a variety of question marks regarding the type of cement that is used, the time of the curing of the cement, the expectation in terms of how far up and down the annulus the cement job has to fall. There are views that there could be weaknesses in all of those aspects, and we are doing an emergency rulemaking to help develop standards in that regard. Similar with regard to the well design, there are concerns about single string casing for certain types of wells. The same types of issues, Congressman, that your bill is addressing.
Mm-hmm. Well, we took that recommendation and provided that there be a third-party certification of an oil company's casing designs and cementing procedures in order to maintain well control. We also require cement bond log tests to ensure that defective cement jobs are detected before it's too late, something we wish BP had done, and they could have done, but they didn't. We appreciate all your efforts to improve the safety of offshore drilling, and we'll look forward to working with you and our colleagues to be sure that we do the best we can to learn from the experience, prevent it from ever happening again, leave enough flexibility so as new technologies are designed, you have the flexibility to accommodate those concerns, but not just delegate the authority to the companies to make the decisions on their own, which could lead to them cutting costs and cutting corners at the same time. Thank you. Yield back my time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Barton for 5 minutes.
Thank the distinguished subcommittee chairman there. It's good to see you in the chair, as opposed to on the baseball field last night. Chairman Markey asked some questions about existing authority versus new authority. What authority that you don't have do you need statutorily in this bill?
Congressman, we think we have the authority we need to develop a more robust regulatory system, but we're happy to work with the committee, as Chairman Markey suggested, to help identify minimum standards.
Okay, I understand that. I think the Republicans are open to giving new authority where necessary, but I want to clarify, you could, as you to use your phrase, develop new robust standards without existing new statutory authority. Is that not true?
That's true. I will say that another aspect of the bill is to increase the penalties for failure to meet the regulatory standards, and we have testified elsewhere that we're open to increasing those penalties.
And Mr. Upton asked some questions about the definition of high risk, as currently drafted, it could be interpreted to apply to almost any well drilled onshore or offshore. Is that not true?
I unfortunately can't comment on that, but we understand the importance of having a solid definition of high risk. There are differentiations among wells, and we'd be happy to work with the committee.
For example, would the current definition of high risk, or the lack of definition of high risk in the pending draft, could it apply to wells that are on private land or state land onshore?
I can't comment, Congressman.
You can't comment that it could or it couldn't, or you just won't comment?
No, I would be. I need to review that. I'm not trying to be evasive, Congressman. I need to review the language more closely.
Do you agree that before we legislate, we should have a definition that is clear and precise and easily understood?
I do.
Okay. That's a good answer. Okay. That's a good answer. Okay. Does the Department of Interior have a position on drilling in the OCS?
In terms of a moratorium, is that what?
Well, no, I'm not to the moratorium yet.
Okay.
Is there an official position on generic drilling in the OCS, and if so, what is it?
We support drilling in the OCS in accordance with the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. Yes.
All right. If that's the position, do you or the administration agree that legislation that is passed to deal with the oil spill should still make it possible to drill in the OCS?
Well, I mean, the predicate, of course, to our statement is that the drilling can proceed in a safe and environmentally sound manner, and we are open to legislative improvements that would help assure that result.
I think it's clarifying for the administration and the committee to understand that everybody wants to drill safely, environmentally, protectively, but if you set the standards and the regulations so strenuously or tightly, it is at least conceivable that you can end up not getting any drilling, and that means we would be even more dependent on foreign sources of energy. So the key for the committee and the administration is to tighten up where necessary, clarify where necessary, do everything necessary to prevent, if possible, a reoccurrence of what happened ever again, but still make it possible to generate the domestic energy that's beneath the waters of the OCS that helps our citizenry onshore. You agree with that?
As a general matter, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Recognize Mr. Dingell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As one of the two authors of NEPA, which I co-sponsored way back with my old friend Scoop Jackson, I am troubled about the fact that here the agency appears to have required a full EIS with regard to the overall leasing, but not with regard to the particular well. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Is that going to be a continuing practice, or are you going to see to it now that you have environmental impact statements issued on each well?
We are in the midst of a very intense evaluation of that issue with the council.
That statute, I'll tell you that it requires you to do this where there's going to be an impact upon the environment. And I think as you look about you will see it has had an enormous impact on the environment and a political impact on everybody concerned. And I want you to know that I'll make that political impact considerably worse if you don't engage in the practice of seeing to it that you have environmental impact statements filed on each one of these deep water wells, because the consequences are, quite frankly, horrific. Now, if you did not do so on the Macondo well, will you please submit the rationale for the record?
Certainly.
Now, and also submit for the record statutory authority under which categorical exclusions were granted. Were there any statutory bases for the exclusion or not?
There was a regulatory basis. The Council on Environmental Equality has a rule that applies here.
Please submit that.
We will.
Now, how many categorical exclusions under NEPA were granted for drilling projects in the OCS? You can submit that for
I will. We will.
Apparently a substantial number. Now, Section 3 of the discussion draft before us requires redundant sets of shear rams on the wells. I happen to think that's a good idea, but I have a great apprehension, and that is that this may in some way stall, slow, or prevent development of even better and newer technology. How are we to address that concern?
I think you raise a very important point, Congressman. We are interested in triggering a complete reevaluation of the technology for blowout preventers, and certainly with today's blowout preventers, duplication of the shear rams makes great sense. But query whether there isn't better technology that can be brought to the table, and we're very open to and expect to be evaluating that. And we to your point, we hope that legislation will not inhibit the ability to move with technology and move beyond the current approach.
Any regulations that you issue pursuant to that, I hope will encourage rather than inhibit that process. Now, as I see the way you ought to do this, first of all, you need to gather full information for the proper decision-making process. Then you need to assure that the development of the well is done safely, including safe development. Then I see that you need to engage rather specifically here in prevention of failures, because prevention is a lot easier to do than cleaning up some damnable mess that's created. Then I see that you have to have on hand an adequate and quick response to failure. I note here that there was no adequate quick response. And I note that there were no cleanup plans. And I note that there does not appear to have been constant reviews of practices and developments and new technology as you went forward. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree that there's a three-legged stool. There's the safety and prevention aspect of this that we are working on. There's the containment issue if a spill occurs that has not traditionally gotten enough attention. And there's the spill cleanup requirement that clearly needs attention.
In your regulations, are you going to make an effort to see to it that the regulations do reflect those concerns? And if you will, please tell us in what fashion this legislation does not ensure that those steps are taken, because we want to see to it that if we do this, it's done well.
Well, I do note that your Section 2 has performance standards in your legislation that deal with all three of these issues, and that strikes me as a very appropriate approach. In terms of what we are doing on the containment side, it's part of our 30-day report is a suggestion that we are following through on evaluating how to be much more prepared for this eventuality, which despite hopeful thinking that this cannot occur, it obviously can occur, and we need to be better prepared.
Now, my time is ending, so I have to get this question in. You did not have a quick and adequate response to the failure which occurred. And I do not believe that you had adequate cleanup plans which placed proper burdens upon the company that did the drilling. Are you making steps to change that and to see to it that proper actions are taken in that regard, both with regard to existing leases and coming up leases?
Yes, sir.
Would you give us a statement as to what you're doing there and how it is progressing so that the committee can have a look at that, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'd recognize Mr. Scalise for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hayes, are you familiar with the 30-day report that was conducted by the Department of Interior?
Yes,
to
sir.
Come up with recommendations, and they had come up with a number of specific safety recommendations. Have you looked at those safety recommendations and implemented any of those?
Yes, sir.
Which ones?
We implemented 5 specific safety recommendations in the June 8th notice to lessees.
Are you familiar?
I'm sorry, it's more than 5. More like 8 or 10.
Okay. Are you familiar with their concerns about the moratorium issued by Secretary Salazar, specifically, and I know a majority of that panel that was put together, those scientists, those engineers, a majority of them actually said that this moratorium implemented by the Secretary would reduce safety. Are you familiar with those concerns that they expressed?
There were concerns expressed by some of the reviewers.
A majority of them.
The question of the proposed, the concept that there was a higher risk associated with the drilling moratorium was not endorsed that by a number of those folks.
But a majority did say that. A majority actually said that this moratorium would decrease safety. Are you aware of that, first of all? A majority of the panel put together by the Secretary.
We had a number of these folks in the office with the Secretary. There was not unanimity on that point by the folks who were visiting with us.
Yeah, but a majority signed a letter, and I don't know if you saw the letter, but a majority of the scientific panel you put together, the actual experts that you assembled, said that the moratorium would decrease safety. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the letter.
Okay, well, I would hope y'all would go back and look at that, because many of us are concerned that not only does it hurt economically to have this moratorium, but it actually will reduce safety, and there are very specific reasons they cited for those reductions in safety. And if we're concerned, as I am, about increasing safety, then the Secretary should be very concerned that his own moratorium actually would decrease safety on offshore drilling as recommended by his own panel that he put together, a majority of those members. So I would hope you would go back and look at that. But going back to the actual report on safety, but specifically about the bill that we've got before us, can you tell me in the bill which provisions would actually help us cap the well right now? Which provisions in this bill will actually help us cap the well?
I think this committee is more familiar with the bill than we are.
You read the bill?
In terms of...
Have you read the bill, Mr.
Yes, I have read the bill, Congressman.
Do you know of any sections that would increase our likelihood of capping the well?
Section 2 has a performance standard that requires containment.
That requires containment, not related to this well, though. Well, can you tell me then in the bill, where does it actually have any provisions that help us battle the oil and keep it off of our coast today, which we're battling with every day we've been battling with for over 2 months?
Well, Section 2 says that their oil response plans need to be revised. There has to be an assurance the BOP will work.
Well, and that's nice for down the road, but that doesn't help us today. And I mean, I'm just pointing out the title of this hearing is Legislation to Respond to the BP Oil Spill. And yet I don't see anything in this bill that actually helps us address the problems we're dealing with today. Now, I know some members are scrambling around to try to defend this administration's failures. But if you actually go and talk to the leaders on the ground, the people who are battling that oil every day, they will tell you that they're spending more time fighting the federal government's incompetence than they are battling the oil. That's inexcusable. Yet that's still happening today. We're not talking about something that happened in the first couple of weeks that's been resolved. Just last week we had 2 more very clear examples of efforts where our leaders were trying to battle the oil, and they were being blocked not by BP but by the federal government. And so, maybe some people that want to defend the administration would be better served to actually go down to the Gulf and go meet with those leaders and help us. We want to help solve the problems on the ground. And I know this bill's got all kind of things, and I'd like to ask you about some of the specific things that are very undefined that literally would allow to complete elimination of drilling, not just offshore but also onshore. But we want to be focused on actually solving the problems that we're battling with that are holding back our leaders today from dealing with this crisis, the worst national disaster, this worst national environmental disaster probably in the country's history. And we're spending more time fighting the federal government. I don't see anything in this bill that helps us give our local leaders the tools we need to fight the battles today. Now, we also need to be focused on fighting battles tomorrow. But if this hearing's titled Legislation Respond to the BP Oil Spill, you would think we'd be spending some time focusing on that problem that we're battling every day right now, and unfortunately so many times against the federal government, which there is no excuse for. And hopefully in the second round we'll have a chance to get into that. I know I'm out of time, so I yield back.
The witness, if you'd like to respond to that at all, you have a reasonable period to do so, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The federal response working with the states is unprecedented in scope. Throughout the administration, we are working every hour of every day incredibly intensely to try to deal with this problem. There are daily calls with the governors. I've been to the Gulf multiple times, as is every senior administration official in every affected agency. One would not expect this bill to have anything to do with the current response. We are proceeding with the current response under current authority and throwing everything we have at it, and I resent the implication that we are not.
Well, you need to go talk to the local leaders then, because they'll tell you exactly what's going wrong that is not being addressed to this day. We want those problems fixed.
Mr. Scalise, thank you for your interruption of the witness, but we need to move on.
He made some statements that weren't accurate.
Are you done, Mr. Scalise? We'd like to proceed with the hearing. Is that okay with you? Thank you very much. We appreciate your courtesy, so we can get on with this. Mr. Green, are you prepared?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think your answers to some of the questions earlier from other members, Department of Interior feels like they have the authority right now under current law to do the best you can in not only dealing with what's going on now, but also into the future. Do you think the Department of Interior has the ability to provide regulations on, redundancies, on blowout preventers, on inspection systems? Is there anything stopping the Department of Interior from right now going and investigating every well in the Gulf of Mexico, if you have the staff to do it, that is?
There is nothing stopping us, and we are redoubling and tripling our efforts along those lines, Congressman.
Okay, and I understand the nature of this bill is to give additional authority and something we can look at, and so I know the draft we have is still a work in progress, and it's going to take a lot of work. I appreciate any suggestions from Interior, because I've been working on legislation for a good while and on separate issue, and we submit it to agencies for their response, and it's really helpful. So if you would. I also want to comment, and I don't expect you to respond to it, but because I know the Department of Interior should be the lead agency in dealing with offshore development. And whether it's in consultation with the EPA or in consultation with any other agency, the Department of Interior should be the agency. And if we can beef it up on any way reasonable, I want to help. And I think anyone who represents areas along the Gulf Coast want to do that, because that's our jobs and our tax base. And one of the issues I have, and I don't know if you have the information, we've been working with both Department of Interior and then the new sub-agency, I guess, and the 66-month moratorium did not cover shallow wells. And I know we've been meeting on a weekly basis with conference calls with both industry and members of Congress. And I was just told, and I was going to see, if there have been any, since the shallow well is 500 feet or less, up until last week there were no permits issued. And I understand in the last week there have been. If you don't have it, if you could get it back to the committee on what's happening, because my fear is that not only are we having a 6-month moratorium on deep water wells, but de facto moratorium on shallow wells where we do produce a lot of our natural gas.
Right.
Do you have any personal information about any permits have been issued since horizon for shallow water drilling permits?
I know that there is. I don't have the exact information, but I know that there are a number of permits now that are mature and that we are looking to process. We had a notice to lessees about 10 days ago requiring some additional information from folks on blowout scenarios, and that information has been coming in. And once that information is in, the APD decisions can be made, and so we talked about this with a group of industry folks at the department just a couple of days ago. We expect more shallow water drilling APDs to be granted in the near future.
Okay.
There is no moratorium on shallow water, and we want to move it through, but we were requiring that operators meet the new safety requirements that are laid out in the 30-day report. That has been broadly supported by industry, and we had folks in, as I say, a couple days ago that confirmed that. And then there was this important gap in terms of the exploration plans of having a description of the blowout scenarios, and that's being filled now. And that will, the combination of those two things will enable those permits to continue to be granted.
Okay. My next question would be, I know the bill talks about a high-risk well, and with the thousands of wells that have been drilled without any problems, I would hope that, do you have a suggestion on what a high-risk well would be? Obviously, from what happened in Horizon, it would be a deep water well, 5,000 feet or more. But again, shallow water wells or landside wells seem like they have a pretty good safety record. Is that the experience from the Department of Interior?
The historic record in terms of blowouts has been generally good, but obviously the implications of an uncontrolled blowout are horrendous, as we're seeing now. We're happy to work with the committee to help define relative risk among wells. There certainly are some criteria that could be utilized, and we have a lot of expertise in the agency that might be useful as you proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just one more. I know there's in Texas and Oklahoma there are lots of wells that are called stripper wells. They're very low producing wells, maybe 10 or 12 barrels a day. And of course, when it's $150 a barrel, it's really great. But it's at 60. There were times at $8 and $10 it wasn't hardly worth the electricity to produce it. I would surely hope that there would be some reasonableness in those type of wells that produce a great deal for our country would not be considered high risk. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about third-party verification. When we mentioned that we lifted the moratorium on shallow water, that is dependent on that third-party of verification of the safety requirements.
Mm-hmm.
What is the approximate cost for a third-party verification? Do we have a number that would be applicable to the cost for this independent contractor to do a verification?
I'm not sure. Steve, do you know?
I don't know the cost.
If you can find that, we would appreciate having that. The second thing is this independent contractor immune from any liability should something happen after the certification is given? Is there a liability to this independent contractor? And I'd appreciate knowing that as well. And are they bonded, and what are the limits of their liability after they verify? The second thing is, how many of these independent contractors are out there, and if we're going to require an independent contractor to verify the safety, to allow drilling to go forward, the number of those, the cost to the industry, their liability, are they bonded? That's an important concept because, in fact, if there are not enough independent contractors that are willing to verify, that are willing to inspect, sign their signature, put their company at risk, then in fact that moratorium is still in place if there are not enough out there. So I'd appreciate knowing that as well.
Congressman Griffith, I'll attempt to answer that now to the extent I can, and we'd be happy to follow up with additional information. As you point out, the first safety NTL does require certain third-party verifications. The Minerals Management Agency, now the Bureau of Offshore Energy, has provided clarification with respect to each of the points you raise, has made clear that the third party must have adequate bonding or insurance and must have the requisite engineering experience to review whatever it is being verified. So far, the industry has not expressed any concern or problem finding those third-party validators. They are contractors, consultants that do this on a routine basis. So they are available, and to my knowledge at least, this has not been a problem so far.
So it wouldn't be an impediment to the moratorium. It would be something that would be, we're ready to take that on. We've got plenty of independent contractors, and the cost is not prohibitive, or we'll check into that.
Yes, sir.
The other thing that I persistently hear is that Norway and the United Kingdom, that have had similar problems, have developed techniques for removing oil from water that are far superior to the ones that we might be using in the Gulf. Is there any truth to that, and are we making an effort to get their equipment into the Gulf that they say is superior to ours, that are BPs that are being used now? Is that a rumor? Is there any factual information about that?
Mr. Griffith, I'm not aware of the technology that you're referring to. I know, obviously, Kevin Costner has offered some solutions along those lines. I'm not an expert or a petroleum engineer in that, and so I don't have an answer to your question.
So the rumor continues. Okay, I hear you. The other thing is that it sounds like to me, from the questions that have been asked and some proposals that have been made, that it would be in our best interest, as far as the United States is concerned and its energy resources, that we have a greater amount of information before we finalize a bill. Would that be fair? Would you be more comfortable with more information and more investigation, since it's an ongoing investigation? And you've mentioned that you've got the regulatory authority to do pretty much what you want to do now without a bill. So is there really a hurry for us to do a bill without completing the investigation?
Congressman, we'll leave it to the Congress to decide what's appropriate. What we are doing is, even before we get the final root cause figured out, we are moving to shore up safety issues that we think do need some attention.
Okay. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Inslee.
Mr. Hayes, Mr. Scalise took some political shots at the administration. I guess that comes with the territory, but I want to ask you about the response that is going on, because we all across the country want to be that as vigorous as humanly possible, given the suffering of the folks in the Gulf right now. I'm told that as of the beginning of this week, the Obama administration has mobilized over 40,000 people to fight the spill. There are 7,200 vessels today that are fighting the spill. I'm told that the administration has also authorized the deployment of 17,500 National Guard troops to respond to the disaster in 4 affected states: Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. However, I'm told that only the governors of the respective states can actually deploy them. And thus far, although the President has authorized the use of 17,500 National Guards troops, those governors have only deployed 1,675 troops. Is in fact that the situation, and in fact, is it the governors who have the ability to deploy those troops?
Congressman, that's my understanding, although I will caveat that the Department of the Interior is not the lead in terms of that issue.
So, given the needs, shouldn't these governors deploy these troops that the federal administration has authorized to be used? If, in fact, Mr. Scalise is right, there's not an adequate response, why don't the governors authorize the deployment of these troops?
Would the gentleman yield?
No. And the reason I won't yield is because you didn't respect the witnesses in the time that we had. So, Mr. Hayes, go ahead.
That is not accurate.
I am not comfortable speaking to the question of the potential benefit of the National Guard in terms of the governor's requests. I do know that the administration has been supportive of requests to employ the National Guard. As to why they're not being utilized, I'm not sure. I do know, per your general point, that the governors, the parish presidents, the other local folks in Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida, and the federal folks have a massive joint response effort underway under the framework law that this Congress passed in 1990 to respond to this oil spill. It is an enormous challenge because this oil has continued to leak into the Gulf at a huge rate for now a very long time.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think it would be helpful if we had bipartisan teamwork to try to figure out how to force the oil industries to have adequate spill response plans so we wouldn't be behind the curve as we have been in this situation trying to play catch up. And if we had a little more teamwork from the other side of the aisle to figure out how to pass a law to prevent this from happening, of people trying to make things up as they go along because the industry didn't have an adequate spill response plan, then maybe we could be in a better position if this were to happen again. I hope we have that kind of teamwork. I want to ask you about going forward to try to prevent the next tragedy. My view is that we ought to have the same level of assurance to prevent this tragedy as we do in the aviation industry. And I think the FAA is a pretty good template to try to design a regulatory system to prevent that. I've been talking to some folks in the FAA, and what they tell me is that they set a standard of performance that you have to have. You can't expect, for instance, a loss of control of your airplane to happen more than 1 in a billion instances of takeoffs. And the industry then is expected to propose and provide an engineering analysis to say that that expectation will be met. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't we have something similar in this situation as to each and every critical system of offshore drilling? Shouldn't we design in this third-party mechanism an expectation in something in that regard?
I think an expectation of a very high standard of safety is necessary and appropriate.
So in this third-party mechanism, should we have an expectation that they set a level of statistical performance that the engineers have to show will be met? Shouldn't that be something we put in the statute?
I think potentially we're open to working with you on that, Congressman.
Next question. Should we be using the best available technology? And it is probably an amendment I will be offering to require the best available technology to be used. Is that something you think would be a good idea?
Certainly for this deep water drilling situation, yes, Congressman.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the panelists. Sorry I haven't been here, as many of us filter in and out, but let me first yield some time to my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
I thank the gentleman from Illinois for yielding, and one of our other members listed off, and we hear too often all this litany of things that are being done when they try to defend the failed response on the ground by the federal government, and we've got this deployed and that deployed. Just give you an opportunity, Mr. Hayes, to address one of the issues that we battled last week with the sand barrier plan.
Sure.
This is a plan that the president just a week and a half ago bragged about in his national address, bragged about approving. He only approved 25% of the governor's plan to build a sand barrier protection that we had wanted to protect the marsh. Mm-hmm. Of course, we had submitted that plan 3 weeks prior to the approval when there was no oil in the marsh, and now there is. But last week, an agency in your department shut that plan down for almost a week. Why these kind of bureaucratic delays?
Well, that specific situation was because the state and its contractor was violating the permit agreement that had been provided the basis for it. And we're happy to supply record information about this, but there was an agreement as to where the sand could be taken from, because if it was taken from the wrong spot, we would not have the Chandelier Islands, and you would take away the ability to maintain that island system.
Well, that's not accurate. According to our state's Coastal Protection Authority, which runs this, they had a permit from the Corps of Engineers to go and get that borrowed sand. They actually had
but not from the location. What the contractor requested on a temporary basis, waiting for piping to take sand from a location that was not permitted. The federal government said, we will give you let you do this for 4 or 5 days, no more, because at that point the integrity of the island system will be affected. They did that for 4 or 5 days and then asked for another 10 days of taking sand from an area that was not allowed in the permit. At that point, the Fish and Wildlife Service, backed up by the Corps of Engineers, said, no, you have to agree to the permit conditions that you agreed to at the outset of this project, and that's what happened.
Well, and unfortunately, they had the permit from the Corps. It took them over 3 weeks to get the permit. This comes in, shuts the project down for almost a week. I think it was 5 or 6 days. Shut the project down. Well, they had to go back and forth and fight with y'all. And, and you can have all your reasons about what you're concerned about. They're concerned about protecting the coast from stopping these pelican nests from being destroyed, which they're being destroyed. But you can have your bureaucratic haggling back and forth.
It's more than a bureaucratic issue, Mr. Congressman.
Let me ask you this, because we just heard all this bragging about all these vessels deployed. Just a few weeks ago, the vessels that were supposed to be out skimming for oil were sitting idle at the dock, not skimming for oil, again, as oil was coming into the marsh. Now, I don't know if you have any explanation for that, but I mean, it's just over and over we get, and I'm sure you've got good reasons why you think you should hold on to and pull back permits that were issued or want to change plans. But
if I can please,
if the gentleman, if I can,
and I'll yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
I did want to give my colleague and friend time to rebut. I think part of the frustration is, I mean, we're all frustrated about this whole mess that we're in, right? And I think the executive branch would have done itself well if they would have went to the locals and said, locals, what do you need? And deployed. And then I know it's, in fact, I've told my friend from Louisiana, I probably would have done it without federal permits. If the locals said these marshes had to be protected, do that. And I think public opinion in their states, they would have scored sky high. But that's the emotion involved. Let me just put my comments on the record on the mark. So the chairman understands concerns. 200 miles means everything. Getting a good definition for high-risk well. What is a high-risk well? Is every well a high-risk well? I don't think so. Onshore and offshore, we have onshore instances. I have marginal oil wells. Does that mean they're going to go into my cornfield now and deal with marginal oil wells that produce a barrel a day that people get royalties on? And the civil action. If we had the civil action aspect that's in this mark, we probably, Mr. Chairman, would not have the $20 billion BP settlement, because they would have had to hold their money to be prepared to fight these lawsuits. So I put that on the record, Mr. Chairman. We look forward to working with you, and I yield back my time.
Okay, great. We thank the gentleman very much. Just for the record, the citizen suit provision exists under existing law, so it's not anything that we're adding. It is existing law. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hayes, thank you for being here and for your daily efforts to stop the leak, to contain the spill, and to deal with the aftermath. I just want to make a real quick comment before I turn to you to substantiate what my colleague from Washington said earlier, and that was that in the early days of the spill, the Defense Department did approve the state of Louisiana's request for 6,000 National Guard troops, but according to a CBS News report, the governor of Louisiana has only to this date deployed 1,053 of the National Guard to fight the spill. And the National Incident Commander, Thad Allen, has said, and this is a quote, "There's nothing standing in the governor's way from using more National Guard troops." Now, Mr. Hayes, one of the main functions of our government is to make sure that activities that pose a high risk to the health and safety of Americans and to our environment comply with basic requirements. If a company is building a skyscraper, there's an engineering and construction requirement in place to protect the people who work in that building and who walk on the streets below. We don't let an airplane fly without meeting numerous safety and security regulations. So it's no surprise that drilling for oil and gas off our shores carries with it the responsibility to meet some basic requirements. The Blowout Prevention Act starts with a basic common sense requirement. To get a federal permit to drill a high-risk well, an oil company has to demonstrate three things. And the first one is that they have to show that its blowout preventer and well control equipment will actually prevent a blowout from occurring. Mr. Hayes, would you agree that companies drilling in U.S. waters should have the effective blowout preventers that are going to work when they're needed?
Absolutely.
And do you want to explain, or do you want to say a sentence about that? Or
well, I think that we're seeing the horrific result of not having adequate oversight and regulatory requirements in place with the BP oil spill, and we must not let that happen again. I fully endorse your proposition that there are some activities that folks look to and expect the government to address, and this is the type of activity that without oversight one cannot count on self-regulation to deal with such a dangerous situation in an acceptable way.
So for the government to require a demonstration that the equipment works, that's
yes,
number one.
yes. Demonstration of design, appropriate design, and then appropriate operation and continued inspection and testing throughout the life of the equipment.
Second, the company needs an oil spill response plan that demonstrates a capacity to promptly stop a blowout if the blowout preventer fails. In other words, what's the backup mechanism? This clearly hasn't happened in the Gulf. BP just wasn't prepared to stop a runaway well. Even when the BOPs didn't function, they had no backup plan. The last 2 months has been a series of improvised, we've all watched it daily, long shot responses. Just ranging from to the absurd. Rex Tillerson, the CEO of ExxonMobil, admitted to a congressional panel that the oil industry is not well equipped to deal with a blowout. So, Mr. Hayes, would you agree that companies drilling in U.S. waters have a basic obligation to be ready to stop a blowout if the blowout preventer fails? That this is the second level of a requirement that should be in place for all industries.
I absolutely agree, and as someone who lives this day in and day out and is tracking and engaged in the continued efforts of containment, I agree with an exclamation point.
Okay. We'll note the exclamation point. The third requirement for getting a permit to drill is that the company must be able, and this is part of the legislation that's before us, the company must be able to show it has the capacity to begin drilling a relief well within 15 days of a blowout and to complete a relief well within 90 days. 3 months is a long time to have a well spewing oil into the sea. If an oil company is not able to demonstrate that it has the capacity to drill a relief well in that time frame, I don't see how they can claim that their operations are safe. I'd like to have you comment on this. What do you think about this, Mr. Hayes? Do you think it makes sense to require a company seeking to drill an offshore well to show that it can drill a relief well in a timely manner? And this would be that third backup as a last resort.
I think certainly in a timely manner there needs to be that capability, and it is, of course, what we're relying on right now
we really
for
have
the
no
BP oil spill.
That this plan, this well that's being dug, is actually even going to function.
There's no guarantee. I will say the best minds in the world are working on this to make sure this relief well does in fact plug the well.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Great. Thank you, gentlelady. There are roll calls which apparently are going to go off approximately at 12:45. So I think we might be able to get all three remaining members in and their questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Hayes, thank you for being here with us. Let me just clarify, when you were answering the gentlelady from California's questions, her first requirement to you was that the blow-up preventers work. Is that not a requirement today?
It is.
So you're not just asking that someone put down a sham blow-up protector that we never expect to work. Is that correct?
No, that's right. There is a performance standard in the regulations today for blowout preventers, but we think the regulations can be improved and enforcement can be improved.
Let me ask you a question. This whole bill that we have before us is the Blowout Prevention Act, and the one piece of information, of course, that this committee and no committee can get right now is the detailed description of what went wrong with the blowout protector that's down 5,000 feet below the ocean surface. I recommended to the chairman that we subpoena the blowout protector, and he said it wouldn't fit in the room. So we're going to make recommendations, or we're actually going to legislate to prevent something from happening to a blowout preventer, which we don't know what happened, and so we can't possibly know how to prevent the preventer from misfiring in the future. I mean, that's a very difficult task. Do you have any particular insight from your position within the department that would allow you to help us craft that legislation without knowing what's wrong with the one that's down there?
Well, you certainly have a good point, Congressman, in that we don't know exactly what happened with this particular blowout preventer. We do know, though, however, as part of our follow-up from this incident, that there are some weaknesses in the regulatory structure, some of which are addressed in your bill.
And there's no question we through the multiple hearings we've had, and
right.
Unfortunately we don't get many chances to talk to the regulators, but through the multiple hearings we've had, there was a mistake made with the human direction on the platform, and not calling a cessation of activities when they realized that this well was very dangerous, and certainly that could have even happened several hours before the final scenes played out. There's a problem with the blowout protector, which we don't know what it is. Now, when they went down to do the infamous kill shot, they had to stop. And we've not really gotten good information on why they had to stop, but you keep hearing things about thief channels and cracked casings, and of course there were problems, we believe, with the cementing that occurred on the well, such that if you actually were successful with a kill shot, you might blow out the blowout preventer. Is that correct?
The concern, yes, in terms of the concern was that there may not be well integrity down below the surface.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
If we had a functioning blowout protector on that day that fired and stopped the flow of oil at the wellhead, would we still have had the problems beneath the surface potentially that could have led to a much more serious problem?
That's a very important open question. Well,
and then let me ask you this: we're writing legislation to alter the way you do things, and we don't even know if the legislation we're writing might create a greater problem than we have to deal with today. That is an open crater on the bottom of the seafloor, discharging oil until the reservoir is depleted.
Well, I would just say that part of the legislation and part of what we're doing also deals with well design, and to the extent there may have been a loss of integrity below the surface, it may well have been due to a poor well design.
And let me ask you a question about that, because the interruption of the cement bond log that was to be carried out, they were there, the people who do that sort of work were there at the rig. Why did they leave?
I don't know, sir.
Did they leave because of concerns for their safety?
I truly don't know. I do know that and every other fact around it are part of the ongoing investigation.
You know, there's so many things that have come up as a result of the questions today. I do hope we have other opportunities to visit, and I do hope we have a chance to have the Secretary here. You worked in a previous administration?
I did.
And what was your capacity in the previous administration?
For the last year and a half of the Clinton administration, I was the Deputy Secretary.
So this sort of activity would have come under your purview
Yes.
at that time. Was there any point where you felt that you did not have the tools you needed to manage what you were asked to manage? Was there any point at which you said, boy, I wish I had this so that the Deepwater Horizon type accident wouldn't occur?
I think back then, much like I think all of us, I certainly was unaware that there was a potential serious issue here. I will note that deepwater drilling really just started in the late 90s, and that
under your watch.
Yes, with the encouragement of the Congress and incentives, deepwater drilling began really in the late 90s and then accelerated as the technology accelerated through the last decade.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. I'm told that the roll calls are going off in the next 3 to 8 minutes, so I think we can recognize the two members and recognize the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Matheson.
Thank you, Chairman Markey. Mr. Hayes, we're here today talking about this proposed legislation to look at enhancing or changing our existing set of rules and regulations to better prevent something like this from happening in the future. One question that I seem to anecdotally get different answers to is, if we look at our existing set of rules and regulations, are there other countries in the world that have sets of rules or regulations that are different from the ones in the United States, that perhaps are stronger? Are you familiar with other countries' deep water well regulations?
Generally speaking, yes. I'm familiar with them, and I think it's hard to compare systems one against the other. Ironically, some of the systems that folks look at for guidance and potential emulation, like the UK and Norway, tend to not have as much prescriptive requirements in them. They tend to be performance standard based, but with systems in place to ensure those performance standards will be met. I think we can learn from each other, and we need to both have better performance standards, but also prescriptive standards where appropriate.
To the extent they're different standards, do you think that they're stronger than what we have in this country, weaker, or is it apples and oranges?
Well, personally, the sense I have is that, for example, the UK and Norway have put in place perhaps better systems at this point than we have, and that's unacceptable. We need to be leading the world here in terms of safety.
This is very interesting. I was in a science committee hearing sometime this month, maybe late May, but I think it was this month, and someone from MMS didn't think there was any difference with others around the world, but I'd heard there was, so that's why I wanted to get this question from you. And it seems to me that it would be prudent for us to take a look at these other systems that are used around the world. If we're talking about changing what we do in this country, I think we ought to consider that. I think this committee ought to look at that. And so again, I am all for doing something to make our regulations better. I said that in my opening statement, but I'm concerned about, we're talking about marking this up tomorrow, and there may be a lot of good ideas out there from around the world that have not necessarily been considered. And I would just offer that for everyone's consideration. Mr. Hayes, the legislation, just a couple of specific things about the proposed legislation. The legislation does not specify a specific regulator, but instead refers to an appropriate federal regulator. Do you believe that the Department of Interior would be best suited to oversee the implementation of the requirements of this bill, or what other agencies would you foresee being involved?
I think the Department of the Interior is an appropriate agency in that we have a workforce of about 1,700 people with substantial expertise in this area.
Okay. You've heard a lot of discussion from others about the concern about how this applies onshore, offshore. Have you been able to evaluate the legislation to determine, as it's written, what the impact would be in onshore oil and gas development? Or the process Department of Interior undertakes to permit onshore?
Right. I think they're really separate animals, if I can, Congressman. This legislation is focused on offshore well development, and we certainly look at, I will say, at the Department of the Interior, there are different, as you know, FLTMA applies to onshore, and the offshore, the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act applies to offshore. So there's certainly commonalities in terms of technology and that sort of thing, but we're focused on the offshore.
As you should be.
Yes.
And as I think we should be. But my concern is, as an unintended consequence, this legislation is going to affect onshore in ways that we haven't thought through, because we're all thinking offshore right now. And I would submit that we ought to consider what those implications would be. Mr. Chairman.
Well, gentlemen, just one point.
I'll yield to my friend.
And the issue on the onshore issue is on private property.
Right.
On private property.
One of many issues, yeah.
Right.
Public lands, too. I mean, but thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back and give my colleague from Texas some time.
We thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. But quickly, let's see. and I'm not sure if someone already asked this, and I apologize if they did, because there's members of Congress that have written to the Department of Interior regarding the blanket nature, the blanket nature of the moratorium in assessing what really is the riskiest ones that are out there at a certain stage, as opposed to others that should be going forward. So when the moratorium is lifted with all of the safeguards and procedures, they will not be so handicapped in going forward in what they need to do. Are you proceeding in that fashion, and can we expect that you're going to be making a distinction among different levels of operation?
The Secretary is in the midst of considering the moratorium issue, because the court enjoined the moratorium that had been entered about a week ago, and so the Secretary is looking at all aspects of it, including relative risks associated with various types of activities.
Any idea when you may arrive at some determination so that we just don't have? I understand the courts are involved, and who knows where all that goes.
Well, I know that we have appealed, and the Circuit Court has established an aggressive and appropriately aggressive briefing schedule. But independently, the Secretary is looking at this, and on a very time-sensitive basis. We understand the importance of clarity on the issue.
And then I believe Mr. Black may give me some guidance here. And this is really old information, but this is a presentation way back June 18, 2003 regarding deep water drilling, where are we headed? And regarding the lack of proper equipment, testing, anticipation and such, and then capping a blowout. What is a blowout exactly? Because they indicate blowouts have been occurring regularly throughout the petroleum history, and then they go into the percentages. But in essence, what we had out there with Deepwater Horizon was a blowout. Would that be an accurate description?
Yes, sir. Although the investigations are not concluded, we know two things. There was a failure to control the well, and that happened as a result of a number of things, potentially. And then the hydrocarbons from the field below that well obviously escaped into the environment. That is the blowout. So the blowout preventer is designed to prevent that blowout in the event of loss of well control.
So we've had other blowouts in deep water drilling, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And they were somehow obviously capped, contained, and so on. So something worked. In those other instances, would that be accurate?
Yes. I mean, we do review in the report the history of loss of well control events throughout the world, and to varying degrees. Those have been controlled, some with a relief well, many weeks after the original blowout.
Well, let's get to the blowout preventers, because in this presentation it was very interesting. It seems that the authors of this report seem to indicate that there was no way to really simulate the conditions when it comes to deep water at those depths and such. So we can have blowout preventers, but how do we assure that they actually work? How do we simulate real conditions? Is that available today?
Congressman, that's a very important question. And as Mr. Hayes has already testified, one of the things the Secretary wants to do and that we suggest through this report is re-examine the technologies available for preventing a blowout or stopping a blowout if it occurs. Those technologies do continue to evolve, and there are a number of companies looking at that question. But as you point out, this blowout occurred at great water depth, high pressure, and obviously our experience in dealing with a blowout of this type is very limited.
Way back in 2003, and my fear is that we haven't really moved forward since 2003, is how we prevent, how we cap, how we contain. But this is one of the remarks, and maybe this is not applicable, but I believe that it is. There are many dynamic kill simulators on the market. Is that what we're talking about? Dynamic kill simulators?
I don't know the answer to that question, and I believe you're referring to the MMS study that was contracted in 2003, but I would have to go back and double check.
Because there are many dynamic kill simulators on the market. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but I'm just figuring that how do you simulate something, and that's what they're talking about. The next sentence is, none of them fits our need. None of them fits our need. That was 2003. So I'm hoping that we've made some progress, because what you're telling me is we're not even sure we're going to be able to test these blowout preventers under real conditions. I mean, do we have the technology to even do that? So we'll never be able to really tell the American public that whatever we have in place would avoid a recurrence of what we had with Deepwater Horizon, Mr. Hayes?
There are some. I think there. In fact, we are already requiring more testing for the BP relief well for the blowout prevention mechanism. There have never been tests required for the secondary systems that come into play once you have a failure. We're now requiring those secondary systems to be tested both on the deck and subsea, and it's a very, very important addition to the regulatory arsenal that already has identified some potential issues and provides a much higher margin of safety. So to your point, I think in fact there are some inspection, certification, and testing requirements that can substantially increase our level of assurance that a blowout protector will work. That's not to say we don't also have to improve in the containment and spill response capability.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to use my last 30 seconds real quick. One of the great concerns out there with the industry is having multiple regulators. And it doesn't matter what industry it is, by the way. We're talking about that in the financial world. But there's a reason for that. And I'm not sure, and I have to look at it very carefully as to, we know that most of the responsibility would be with Interior. Mr. Hayes, you already indicated in response to Mr. Matheson's question that you believe that would be the proper place to have the authority. But there also may be, in certain instances, my understanding, where the Department of Energy and EPA would be in some sort of a default position, and I'll be talking with the chairman of the subcommittee and others on that. Any concerns regarding having multiple layers, multiple regulators?
We implement the laws that Congress requires, and we'll implement whatever you all require. We are committed simply at the Department of the Interior to upgrade and implement better safety standards for this industry. We think we have the capability to do it, and we look forward to working with you to demonstrate that.
We thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We thank the gentleman. The gentleman's time has expired. All time for questioning of this panel has been completed with the thanks of the subcommittee. We thank you, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Black. We will take a recess for as long as it takes for each member to cast the 3 votes on the House floor, and then we will reconvene to hear the testimony from the second panel. The subcommittee stands in recess.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, we had talked about aqua. You've mentioned this sort of in passing as well.
I want to document that today. You're well down the road on this. Congressman Cruz about
No, I'm planning on when it's.
Why are you not happy with the language that we put in on
love the
first?
language. I love the language. There's one extra little point that would be very a big plus, and then it goes into that corrosion section with the criteria language. We would have reduced electronically continuous water pipeline to measure the testing the pipeline. Simple.
Well, I don't know about that.
Of course.
I suggest you talk to Jackie Cohen.
Okay, that's fine.
About
That
it
would
as
be great.
well. Because I think one concern that we would have about that is, just sort of speaking on the cuff about it, is that it sounds like that could preclude other ways.
Well, no, it would be another criteria. It would be another criterion. The shorthand of it is, how do they test the pipes? Basically, they find the leaks when the leaks find that, the leak breaks, and then they look at it. So make the water pipeline electronically continuous, which is just like a little bustle that goes between each of the pipes. Then they can just walk above the ground and test the pipe. And because the way they find it out after they find the leak, they sprung them, they check on either side of it. And they don't dig up the whole pipe. The leak may be just beyond where they did actually. So there could be multiple. If they make it electronically continuous, then they just walk. You just basically have like like a Geiger count, and they just walk down over top of it, and they can read this for the corrosion that's occurring. It's a big plus, super cheap.
Well, I think you should reach out to Jackie about it. Jackie Cohen.
Jackie
I
Cohen.
think I mentioned during one of the emails.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not totally sure what the process is likely to be. It may be that it goes on the suspension calendar, and there might not be an opportunity.
Exactly, and I completely understand that. No problem. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I love the language that's in there, so I have no complaints. Okay, make no mistake about that. Let that part of it be clear. Happy. Okay, happy. Thank you very much. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And he
Thank you all for staying. We really appreciate it. You know, in Major League Baseball, regardless of attendance, it still counts as part of the, regular season. The game is still moving. So, welcome. Please, please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome everyone back. We apologize for the delay, but we have two very distinguished witnesses that I think will really help the committee to flesh out the record. And we'll begin by recognizing John Martinez, who is consulting production engineer for Production Associates. Then we will go to L.G. Holstein, who is the Senior Director for Strategic Planning for the Environmental Defense Fund. Mr. Martinez, whenever you're ready, please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't tell if it's on or not. Yep. Okay, there it is. Okay. A little different shade of green. Well, I would like to claim that we brought this great weather from Texas for you, but I would say we're just enjoying your great weather here. Likewise, I'd like to take a moment to recognize my wife, Lupe, and my brother, David, who lives and works here in the D.C. area, sitting back as visitors.
What high school did you guys go to?
In San Antonio, and I was in San Antonio, went to Harlandale High School on the south side.
Beautiful.
And so that Lupe, my wife, is also from San Antonio. She went to Tech High School, now called Fox Tech High School in San Antonio. So long-term residents in Houston, though.
Well, thank you for bringing your expertise to this.
Yes, exactly. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm John Martinez, an independent consultant, an advisor to the major international and national oil and gas companies. I am honored to be before your committee to testify in support of your proposed bill to protect health and safety in the environment by applying the oil and gas industry's best practices and technology to well control, drill, and completion of high-risk oil and gas wells. Just as the Piper Alpha platform accident in the North Sea led to numerous industry improvements in piping design and safety devices at platforms, this unfortunate Gulf of Mexico blowout can lead us to improve the blowout preventers and the drilling, casing, cementing designs used in wells. I've been working for 42 years in oil and gas operations technology, 11 of those as an employee of a major international operator, the remaining 31 years as an independent consultant, serving as an advisor, project engineer, teacher, mentor of young engineers and operators for the large integrated oil and gas companies and for the national companies in various countries. With the expertise gained over these years, I've dedicated efforts to writing standards and recommended practices within my industry's production technology with the American Petroleum Institute and the International Standards Organization. Drilling and completing a complex, high-risk well requires a project plan for the wellbore design, well control safety systems, casing and associated cementing programs, and the contractor rig and personnel needed to implement the project. We use industry-developed best practices based on shared experiences, but the current blowout in the Gulf of Mexico also indicates the need for additional and mandatory checks of the plan at various times prior to and during the drilling of the well. I support a more thorough function and pressure test program of blowout preventers, the safety devices used in well control that are enabled when the drilling mud is compromised and is not able to control the well. I also support redundant shear rams that can completely shut in a blowout preventer when loss of well control is imminent and the control systems independently to activate these shear rams. I favor independent third-party certification of blowout preventer function and pressure testing as well as other certifications proposed in this bill. I expect that many experienced drilling and production people recently retired and living in these oil field communities not only are available but also would see this as their duty to serve, not as full-time job necessarily, as these periodic assignments to witness and certify tests or drilling plans would permit these individuals to continue to serve the oil industry while also contributing further to the benefit of the general public. I'm a production specialist in wellbore construction, completions, fluid flow, artificial lift. Based on my knowledge and experience with the blowout well, I suggest it will be difficult to control when the relief wells intersect its wellbore due to the very high rate of gas, oil, water flowing from the reservoir zone. I offer this observation relative to designing a wellbore that is at lower risk of loss of control to a blowout. That is, because it is difficult, we want to make sure that the designs and the barriers we put in will lead us from having that problem in the first place. Section 4 of the proposed bill addresses well design, cementing, casing, and prevention of ignition and explosion. The first section, or the first part of that section, well design, requires 3 barriers, which could consist of 1, cement, 2, casing, and 3, the casing liner hanger or casing hanger at the surface. The cement will qualify as a barrier if it completely fills the casing borehole annulus and extends up into the casing annulus above. In addition to increasing safety, the cement will reduce external casing corrosion. When we use this approach, the wellhead valves at the surface must be designed to accommodate thermal expansion of liquids that might be trapped in the casing annulus. Cementing and casing calls for regulations that require adequate cement volume and cement bond logs. My prior sentence defines adequate as requiring cement fill into the borehole annulus and into the casing annulus above. Also, this section above, which is 4.A.1.D, should include a requirement for centralizer design that promotes fill of the casing borehole annulus. Cement bond logs are newer technology, should be required on the production liner or production casing to ensure fill of the casing borehole annulus. Prevention and ignition and explosion should mention a diverter just below the rig floor that should be connected to a flare or vent line designed to handle the capacity of gas that could flow from an uncontrolled well, thus minimizing the risk of explosion. In summary, the industry, of which I have long been a part, has largely been self-regulating on design and safety issues. By reaching consensus among operators and regulators, this approach, for the most part, has served us well, but the more recent deepwater high-risk wells have a complexity and cost to rival that of NASA in relation to space travel. Like NASA, we as an industry must ensure safety and quality and not settle for or take shortcuts in an attempt to save some millions of dollars, which could cost lives and billions of dollars in damage instead. We need to have a quality design in the wellbore that will result in improved...
If you could summarize, please, Mr. Martinez.
Yes. Improve safety as well as lessen casing corrosion and its associated remedial maintenance costs. We also need to follow proven safety procedures for well control that can prevent a blowout. Good design, maintenance of all the equipment, certified testing can greatly reduce our risk of an accident, as well as the total cost of wells and development projects. Thank you for the privilege of testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez, very much. Our second witness for this panel is L.G. Holstein, Senior Director of Federal Strategy at the Environmental Defense Fund. Mr. Holstein has had a distinguished career in energy and natural resources, serving as Chief of Staff at the United States Department of Energy, Assistant Secretary for National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and Associate Director for Natural Resources, Energy, and Science at the White House Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Holstein currently coordinates the Environmental Defense Fund's response to the Gulf oil spill. We welcome you, sir. And we welcome you back as a former staffer here, well remembered and respected from a time so long ago that
very long ago.
Only I remember it. But
thank
what year did you start as a staffer on our committee?
Oh my goodness, 1975.
1975. So welcome back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I will summarize my testimony. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you and the other members of the subcommittee. It's sobering, however, to think that while we are sitting at this subcommittee hearing today, as much as 500,000 gallons of oil are spewing into the Gulf of Mexico. This disaster, the exact causes of which are still not fully understood, is emblematic of the fact that our government system for regulating offshore drilling simply did not keep pace with the growing complexity of deep water frontier drilling. As Chairman Waxman said at the beginning of the hearing, we've had a culture of complacency on the part of both government and industry. In the long term, of course, we do need to move the country and accelerate our movement in the direction of a clean energy future, one that will create jobs we can't export, and one that will reduce the likelihood of these kinds of disasters. Nonetheless, we understand that oil will continue to play, as will gas, will continue to play a part in our nation's energy mix for some time to come. So the work of this subcommittee comes at a critical time. The oil and gas industry must rebuild public trust and confidence in their ability to produce the public's resources without causing catastrophic harm to the environment and to the economy. And the government, for its part, must demonstrate its willingness to be a tough cop on the beat, and that it has the expertise necessary to protect the public interest. So the legislation begins an essential effort to govern the development of future high-risk wells. In my testimony, I present a number of principles, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but just identify the 3 or 4 of them very briefly, principles that I believe should represent the underpinnings of any legislation in this arena, and that are, I'm happy to say, largely reflected in the excellent legislation that's before the subcommittee today. First principle would be that technology and regulation must evolve because the industry is evolving. Just a few years ago, as Deputy Secretary Hayes was explaining, wells at this depth were largely unheard of, and they're rapidly becoming commonplace. We need a system for ensuring the safety of these wells and the workers who work on them that evolves with the industry. Second, safety systems must be redundant and integrated into all key systems and processes. Defense in depth is a critical way to ensure robust defense against future blowouts. And this is a principle enshrined in most major complex industrial environments. Third, safety must come before oil company budgets. And I would simply direct you to this morning's front page of the Wall Street Journal that describes in some detail this conflict between oil company budgets on the one hand and the need to ensure safety on drilling platforms on the other. And lastly, I would mention the principle that oil spill cap, containment, and response equipment must be available in sufficient quantity in order to deal with the consequences of the low probability but still high consequence events such as we're experiencing now. And this equipment must be pre-positioned. I think it is an insult to the American people and dismaying to the extreme that we have to rely on other countries to help bring in some of the equipment necessary to contain this spill. I'll conclude with just 2 or 3 additional recommendations on which I'd like to place some emphasis, Mr. Chairman. One, an issue that was raised very, very briefly, but I think very important, raised by Mr. Inslee this morning, and that is that communications systems must be designed so that emergency equipment can be triggered remotely. And I would expand on that principle just a bit by suggesting that modern communications should make it possible for wells to be monitored as necessary by inspectors and regulators off the premises, off the site of the well. Secondly, I'd recommend that technology deployment, which is critical for blowout prevention and is a centerpiece of this legislation, become part of the Department of Energy's assignment. The Department of Energy has a very robust fossil energy department. I think it would be a good thing to do to assign to them a cost-shared industry and government program for developing jointly the R&D necessary to accomplish the objectives of the legislation. And finally, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the stop work requirements of Section 5, I think it would be helpful to make clear that the government inspectors would be authorized to issue stop work orders should they find a basis for concern that there is imminent danger and risks to the workers on board the drilling platforms or to the integrity of the well itself. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Holstein, very much. Mr. Martinez, a recent press article indicated that blowout preventers on Alaska's North Slope have been used a staggering 12 times in the first half of 2010, and 10 of those instances were BP wells. It seems to me that blowout preventers are sort of like airbags. You want them to be there in the event of an accident, but you don't want to have to use them every day. Would you agree with that?
I agree. That's correct.
But up on the North Slope, they seem to be used every 2 weeks. One thing we've learned from our investigation into the BP spill is that the blowout preventer is the last thing that went wrong in the Gulf of Mexico. The problems with the cement job, the drill mud circulation, the choice of casing BP used to line the wellbore are likely reasons the blowout began in the first place. Would you agree that mandatory standards for all these very important well-designed elements are necessary to ensure the safety of offshore drilling operations?
I think that's a step in the right direction, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, blowout preventers and well-designed and cementing procedures are used for all offshore drilling, are they not?
They are.
This applies to the drilling phase of both exploratory and production wells, is that correct?
That's correct.
It applies to both shallow water and deep water drilling, is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Holstein, in our first panel, a number of members asked whether the Interior Department's existing authority is adequate. What is your response to that?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think that for several reasons it's important for Congress to legislate and not defer to the Department of Interior to simply go about a process of trying to update its regulations. And I say this first because the scope, the scale of the current disaster in the Gulf, I think really cries out for additional congressional statements of purpose and direction to federal agencies. The current focus on this disaster and on high-risk drilling won't continue indefinitely, and the culture of complacency could easily return absent the kind of framework that the legislation you have before you would put in place. In particular, the third-party assessments, for example, the inspectors, and importantly, the advisory committee approach that would bring to the government the very best expertise available worldwide in this industry. But I would also add that another important reason for the legislation would be the opportunity for continuous improvement. And federal agencies are not particularly good at that, just as a regulation writing bureaucratic approach. And I think one of the important elements of this bill, easy to overlook but very clear nonetheless, is the fact that it does lay the groundwork for a continuous improvement in the technology and the quality, and also the quality of the government's oversight. Those are important things, and they should be in legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Holstein. My time has expired. I turn and recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Martinez, how would you define a high-risk well?
Well, that's a very difficult decision to make, because we can have high-risk wells on land because of pressure and temperature constraints or possibilities. We could have in shallow water, as we're going to more and more subsea development to reduce platform cost. So that's a difficult one to define, because it has more to do with pressures, potential flow rates, temperatures, and location, not just arbitrarily some generic class.
So is it easier to define a low-risk well?
No easier.
no easier. That's one of the concerns that we have. Let me just read you a couple things that the staff prepared as relates to Section 3. Section 3 proposes that regulations later to be proposed will require the use of blowout preventers in all high-risk well drilling operations. It will set forth safety standards for such blowout preventers. The prescriptive requirement for 2 sets of blind shear rams will require the loss of the test rams on subsea stacks and will result in the potential loss of managed pressure drilling system capability on tension leg surface stacks. The requirements proposed in this section for independent redundant hydraulic and activation systems for each blind shear ram and casing shear ram would seem achievable, but it would require a second bank of accumulator bottles being deployed on the seafloor and a foundation pile. Time to design, manufacture, and determine a deployment method could take a year or two, if possible, on some of the rigs. Would you agree with that time frame?
You would have to really talk with the manufacturers, such as Cameron, the manufacturer of this particular BOP, and others who are going to be much more familiar with the various details of design. It is possible to have all these pieces of equipment, but we are users of the equipment. We always take into consultation the manufacturers whenever we're developing some new piece of equipment because they are going to manufacture it for us. So it's really both from a user's perspective and what we're trying to accomplish in terms of safety, but likewise including the manufacturers in the process of developing acceptable equipment, but that is safe as our objective here.
Mr. Holstein, would you agree with that?
I would, Mr. Upton, although I will defer a great deal to Mr. Martin's expertise here as a person with actual oil field operating experience.
So in other words, as we think about this, it wouldn't necessarily be practical for all the offshore rigs that are out there, and then you've got to make a differentiate between what might be a high risk and low risk as to whether these regs would apply to that. Is that right?
I think you're going to have to come up with that definition of what is high risk and where it will apply. And the reason is because you want to define it so that the manufacturers and the oil companies and the contractors, such as Transocean, all have the same bases for starting, and then jointly, as we always work our problems, we can in turn with the manufacturers develop equipment that is indeed going to serve the purpose. We are always trying to make our equipment serve the purpose, match the fit, the risk, etc. And we don't want to put into place equipment that is vastly overpriced and over capacity for the given well. So we do need to define those things and then proceed forward.
I think, Mr. Upton, in response to your question, I would simply summarize my agreement with Mr. Martinez by saying that while deep water and the pressures that it typically entails and the operational challenges it poses are certainly likely candidates for consideration as being high risk, but they're not the only circumstances in which one could imagine the geographic location or the particular well conditions of the kind that Mr. Martinez has described that might well call for an extraordinary level of caution and care in the drilling of any wells.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank both of our witnesses for being here today. My understanding, Mr. Martinez, if I can start with you, is that you have over 40 years of experience in the industry, and at various times in the last several weeks, my staff has sought your expert views, and you bring a real insider's perspective to the problems we're trying to solve. Let me ask you a very general question to start with. The regulatory structure that has grown up around well drilling in the last several decades has relied heavily on voluntary industry standards and best practices. Do you believe that we need to establish a regulatory system that goes beyond this voluntary industry approach?
I think that we need to, by regulation, be it mandatory, or by legislation, be it mandatory, that we require certain testing to go on and certain design that we approve of as experts in the field. And likewise, by being mandatory, then the operating companies as well as the manufacturers, the contractors, all have an incentive to develop these equipment to meet the performances we're requiring. When it is voluntary, in many cases, you will have some who will not adhere to the volunteer regulations or self-regulating recommended best practices. When it's mandatory, obviously you have to.
Let me ask you some specific questions. We identified numerous shortcomings with the blowout preventer. And to fix these problems, we have a series of new requirements. For example, we focus on redundancy in shear rams and in the activation systems for these rams. We also address the design, testing, and maintenance of blowout preventers. Do you think these new requirements are appropriate, and will they reduce the risk of blowouts?
I think they will, if indeed we adhere to the redundancy, both in the equipment as well as in the activation systems, critically important here, as well as working with the manufacturers to ensure that we can develop any new equipment as well as the activation systems necessary. So it's really a combination of us that are from the operator side, along with the contractor personnel like Transocean or others, working with the manufacturers to ensure we can do those things.
Now, we also have well designs, a minimum of 3 barriers to prevent the flow of dangerous gases. We have new requirements for safe cementing, and we require regulators to establish new standards for diversion of dangerous gases and explosion prevention. Can you tell us if you think these new provisions will reduce the risk of blowouts, and are there provisions where you think we need to be more specific or more stringent?
I have advocated in my testimony perhaps a bit more stringent standard, which is sufficient volume of cement in the borehole casing annulus to totally fill that space and thus not prevent any possibility of leakage of any kind of hydrocarbon or salt water or anything else back on the backside. For both safety purposes as well as for me, a person that works in the production industry, casing corrosion issues, which are likewise as important. So I do advocate a more stringent standard, and actually I'm advocating in testimony that we adhere to this more stringent if regulations, whether internal or by legislation, are passed.
Finally, we establish a new independent expert advisory committee to provide the best and most up-to-date advice to federal regulators in order to prevent blowouts and to ensure safe drilling. People with your level of expertise are likely to serve on this advisory committee. Can you tell us about the role you think that this independent panel can play?
Well, we all have good experience. We need to have a number of personnel involved because we all have different experiences in different parts of the world. And so the combination of folks like myself, regulators, manufacturers, I think can come to some consensus relative to what are good practices, and that can be incorporated into regulation legislation.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your help. I appreciate it.
We thank the chairman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Martinez, 2 weeks ago we had before this subcommittee CEOs from, I think it was 5 major oil companies and BP. BP was the only one that did the well the way the Deepwater Horizon was done. Every other CEO who was there on the panel said we wouldn't have drilled the well that way. We wouldn't have used those procedures. So what was it about the oversight, in your opinion, what was it about the oversight of the drilling of that well that allowed BP to proceed in a manner that the other 5 gentlemen felt was unsafe?
Well, from what I've read of documents provided to me and newspaper reports, I would say part of the failing is that there wasn't this independent third-party advisory person or panel to review some of these.
Correct, but there was a regulatory agency that was presumably exerting oversight over these activities. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, but
was there anything preventing them from asking for the same best practices that the other 5 companies adhere to?
Well, that's the reason why I'm advocating that we have some of these improved standards and make them mandatory, because it's totally up to the operating company whether they're going to follow best practices or not.
But what was it about MMS, or the agency previously known as MMS? Right. I don't know what it's known as now, right. But what was it about that agency that allowed them to approve a well of a design where every other, I mean, maybe that was just, they were the benefit of 2020 hindsight and said, no, we wouldn't have done it that way. But I got to believe, we heard from one of the CEOs, I asked the gentlemen who were arrayed in front of us, had anyone ever worked on a deepwater well? Well, it turns out deepwater wells weren't drilled when they were of the age where they could have worked, but one had worked on offshore rigs. It wasn't deepwater, but he had worked on an offshore rig. I asked the CEOs in front of us if any of them had ever shut in a well because of it feeling that they were not going to be able to control it. That same individual raised his hand. And later on, in response to another question, he said, look, you go too fast on these things or you're going to get someone killed. I think that was a voice of experience speaking. And what I'm saying is that it's not always wrong to rely upon the expertise of the industry. I just wish somebody had been comparing the practices between the various companies and saying, look, this long string design with very few centralizers and not paying attention to the cement bonding, this is a problem. And then, of course, the blowout preventer that ultimately failed. I'm still not certain if the blowout preventer failure didn't prevent a bigger problem. You heard me ask the other question to the Secretary about, well, what about the thief channels and cracked casings and things that were talked about when the top kill was stopped? I mean, had the blowout preventer worked, at least in my mind, it's possible if those things, if those conditions existed deeper down in the wellbore, there might have been a very serious problem had the blowout preventer actually worked.
Correct. Well, Congressman, what I would say is that in large measure, that's the difference between regulations that exist right now that allowed BP to design the well the way they did and with the practices that they did. Because it's not anti-regulation.
How are we going to ensure that our regulatory agency actually functions? Of course, we won't call them in here and take testimony from them, so that makes it very, very difficult. This could go on forever. Mr. Holstein, I wanted to get a couple of questions into you if I could. And you're here as a representative of the Environmental Defense Fund, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Under what conditions does the Environmental Defense Fund support offshore exploration and drilling?
As I mentioned in my testimony, we understand that offshore drilling and oil and gas production in general are going to be part of America's energy mix for some time to come. And subject to the appropriate safety and environmental protections of the kind discussed here in the subcommittee today. We continue to support domestic production, though we certainly emphasize the need to develop renewable and alternative energy technologies so we can move to a cleaner energy future and more efficient one.
Well, you heard the Secretary's or Assistant Secretary's testimony that in the previous administration, he felt he had all the tools that he needed, and presumably earlier this year, before this accident happened, he felt he had all the tools that he needed. Would Environmental Defense Fund's position have been the same prior to the accident, not knowing what we know now?
Well, I think it's safe to say we know quite a bit more now about not only the failings of the agency, but the
point. But let me just ask you this before I run out of time. You've talked about shipping jobs overseas. Solar panels and windmills can be shipped overseas, as we've seen with some of the money we put forward in the stimulus that went to China through the Department of Energy. But the oil is our oil. The natural gas is our gas. I mean, those are jobs that really cannot be shipped overseas. Is that correct?
I don't think this is a contest between different types of energy sources in America. I think, Congressman,
so you referenced clean energy.
I think we recognize that oil and gas, as a representative of an environmental group, I'm here being as constructive as possible in saying that if we are to have oil and gas as part of our energy mix, we need to do it responsibly. And the problem that we have today, not before the spill, but today, the problem we face is that this industry and this government must reestablish public trust and confidence in the ability of the industry to carry out these activities safely and in the ability of the government to be a tough cop on the beat.
And on that, we agree. The problem is that the cop on the beat for the last 18 months really has been asleep at the switch. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes, by unanimous consent, the chairman of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, who is leading the investigation into the blowout disaster, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Stupak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to sit. And as you always said on the Oversight Investigations, together we're trying to get to the bottom of this. And one of the things that Mr. Burgess just said about like the last 18 months, the cop on the beat was sort of asleep at the switch here. But Mr. Martinez, I guess I'll take issue with what Mr. Burgess said, because the design that BP put out on this well, there was no authority for MMS to say, no, you can't do that. I mean, the design is still up to them and how they did it. There was nothing that say you can't do it, right?
That's correct.
So they weren't asleep at the switch. If I'm the driller and I want to try a new design, unless I can prove there would be horrendous circumstances, I can go ahead and do it as a driller. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this. We focus a lot on deep water drilling throughout, and rightfully so, because of what's happened in the Gulf, and tragically people died. Is there something we're missing in this legislation? We're talking about high-risk wells. Is there something else we should be doing in this legislation? How about the shallow wells? There's hundreds of them in the Gulf. How about on-land drilling? Is there something else we should be doing in this? Our focus has been deep water and all this. Are we missing something here?
Well, you need to make sure that you incorporate pressures that we potentially could be drilling into, temperatures, the location, because what may be shallow water for a platform well could be still a risky situation when it's a subsea well. And we are going that direction in technology because it's cheaper for us, and as a result, this so-called high risk is not just a matter of being deep water high risk. It could be a number of situations that are high risk. And so that has to be evaluated, and that's why it's a little tough to give just an easy answer to what's high risk.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You get 40 years of experience, and we've called upon you, our committee, to help us out every now and then on some of this and get your advice. Well, one of the questions that members constantly ask is, we've developed technology to go deeper and deeper and go into these high-risk areas. Where's the technology been to be developed in case there is a spill? Why? It seems to us it's been lax. Should we have this independent advisory panel? Is that part of their responsibility? Should we have a separate panel just to do that, look at that?
I think that when you have some of these advisory panels with a little bit of teeth in whatever you've judged them or given them the ability to do, that can advise both on offshore containment as well as the drilling as well as the completion. We do need to use our expertise. We have lots. Obviously, we were not prepared in this particular case. It's just the results. But we still need these advisory panels to help us go in the right direction, not just reinvent wheels.
But what about technology on a spill? We haven't really developed that. It seems like we're doing the same stuff. Boom, burning it off, same things we did back in the 1920s, 1930s.
Right. I'm not an expert on that, but I would agree that it appears we're doing the same thing.
Mr. Stupak, we need absolutely to improve the quality and the functionality of the containment and cleanup systems that we have. Once this oil reaches the marshes, for example, there's really very little that you can do after that point. The damage is horrible, and it's done. But I think there's no more stark demonstration of the challenge we face that's implicit in your question than the report that was issued by the State Department yesterday that indicated that 30 foreign countries have offered their assistance to the United States. We've accepted some of that assistance. For example, boom equipment and skimmers have come from Mexico, Norway, Brazil, Canada, and Japan. That tells me, anyway, that we are not ready to respond even with the substandard equipment that we have now that does a fairly poor job of capturing the oil if the seas are rough or the winds are high. We need to get working on that, and one of my recommendations in my testimony is that this would be an appropriate area for the Department of Energy to work in a cost-shared research and development program with industry to vastly improve, and maybe the Department of transportation and interior, whomever. But this could be a government and industry joint research effort.
Let me ask you both this question, if I may. It appears that BP, whoever, no matter what their track record is on drilling, whether they have safety violations, environmental problems, BP, and from where I sit as chairman oversight for the last 5 years, we've been constantly doing investigations. But if I'm BP and I want to lease land in the outer continental shelf to drill on, as long as I pay my lease, there's nothing the government can do that can prevent me from doing that, right? I mean,
providing they're adhering to regulations that MMS or the successor has in operation.
The secretary or MMS, no one has the right to say, you're a bad actor, and we're not going to allow you to drill in our country until you clean up your act, is there? There's nothing.
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know of anything, Mr. Holstein?
If they have a bad track record, no. And for that reason, I have suggested in my testimony, in addition to the legislation, that the inspectors program, the on-site inspection program, be modified a bit to ensure that the problematic companies receive more attention. This would be more efficient, it would be fairer, and it would also it would be less costly. And it would be an important incentive for the oil industry and operators to do the right thing, even when, as the Wall Street Journal outlines today, companies find themselves under cost and budget versus calendar or timeline pressures.
Well, my opinion is if they're a bad actor, last 5 years, why are they even drilling? Why we even allow them to drill in our country? So you don't have to worry about an inspector trying to get a stop order.
It's a reasonable point.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and we are expecting votes shortly, and I'm the last person to ask questions, so maybe just for brief answers. I have a question to ask each of you, but it doesn't have to be long. Mr. Martinez, because you've already been on the witness stand for a while. Mr. Martinez, your testimony highlights the difficulty of successfully using a relief well to kill a well under blowout conditions, a topic of expertise for yourself. You point to this as a reason that we need to redouble our efforts to ensure that blowouts are prevented in the first place. Of course, we are all eagerly looking towards the success of the relief wells in finally stopping this disastrous spill in the Gulf. But many are kind of holding their breath about the difficulties that we may encounter in killing the well. Can you just talk about that for a couple minutes?
Well, Congresswoman, I'm a specialist in the fluid flow and reservoir delivery that occurs from wells. And the more capable they are, the higher the flow rates, particularly of gas, it is more difficult to circulate that mud into position to replace these lighter hydrocarbon densities with a heavy density mud and kill the well. That's the process that we're going to undergo. It means that we have to have high capability of pumping and thus replace that column of low-density materials with high-density material. So it is difficult. It is one in which that's our standard approach when we can't shut in the BOPs and we can't control the flow at the surface. But it is not, I don't want to mislead you and make you think that's just an easy thing to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Holstein, let me lead up to the question for you. I believe the appropriate federal regulator should be required to assess the response and spill capability for various spill scenarios in the environmental review process. Unfortunately, most cleanup efforts, as we are painfully discovering, are only 10 to 15% effective. Requiring an analysis is critical to ensure that the public and decision makers are not misled into believing that spills can be effectively cleaned up. The British Petroleum Act says a company needs an oil spill response plan. Do you agree that these impacts must be addressed up front and not after a spill occurs? In other words, are we correct in requiring this ahead of time so that not only those methods that will avoid exacerbating spill impacts are allowed?
We would emphatically agree with that, and we believe that the capability to accomplish those objectives is readily available in the form of better modeling and better expertise of the kind that this legislation contemplates. I would point out that we have in our organization's possession copies of internal memoranda that make clear just and the subcommittee, particularly on oversight and investigations, has developed additional evidence that shows the gross inadequacy of the risk probability determinations and the response capabilities or necessities requirements that would be required if the unthinkable were to happen. And that set in motion then a train of errors then by other parts of the federal government. For example, the Fish and Wildlife Service simply accepting the risk calculations and the projections of impacts that were being developed by MMS. That's not the way it should work. Doing the work up front, as you suggest, and requiring that, as Mr. Dingle, I think, was getting at in his questioning, would be a valuable addition, I think, to the process and give both the lessee and the government the confidence that that there's an agreed upon set of assumptions going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe that the questions have been asked and they've been answered well, and so the hearing now comes to a conclusion. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you.